Good evening. Welcome to the Thursday, February 11th, 2021 Kern County Planning Commission hearing. Before we begin this evening and before clerk calls roll, can I please ask that all callers ensure that they are muted by pressing *6. Clerk, will you please begin by calling roll?
Mr. Ashley? Mr. Judd?
Here.
Mr. McGiffey?
Here.
Ms. Skidmore?
Here.
Mr. Sprague?
Present.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Oviatt? Here. Mr. Murphy?
Here.
Planning Commission hearing. The County of Kern provided notice that as a result of the declared federal, state, and local emergencies due to COVID-19 pandemic, and in light of the governor's order, this Kern County Planning Commission meeting is not physically open to the public. Testimony and general public comment are accepted via email or voice message to the clerk of the commission prior to tonight's hearing, and live comments via teleconference will be held during the meeting. If you are interested in providing comments on any item on the agenda and have not already received direction on how to do so, please contact the clerk at 661-496-7487. We will begin tonight's meeting with commissioner member announcements or reports.
Having none?
Commissioner Sprague?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just like to say I've read the complete package in our staff report here on this item, and I would like the public to know that I have not discussed this project outside the Kern County planning staff. So I have depended on everything that's been given to me in the staff report, which I think was put together by our staff, and it's just an excellent publication. So I was impressed with the expertise that I read, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sprague. Anyone else? Seeing none, next we will move on to item C, approval of January 24th, 2021 minutes.
Madam Clerk, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for January 24, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
All in favor?
All ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item D are cases that have been withdrawn or have requested a continuance. I see we have none, so we'll be moving on to our next item. Item E is our consent calendar. We have no items on consent this evening, so we will move on to item F, public presentations. Clerk, do we have any persons that wish to speak during public presentations?
Excuse me, Chairwoman Skidmore, no, we do not.
Great. Next, we will move on to our public hearing for tonight. We have one case before the commission. Before we go to Ms. Oviatt, I would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Joe Ashley is not here this evening, and he has submitted a letter of intent to recuse himself from tonight's meeting due to his employment with California Resources Corporation. Ms. Oviatt, our planning director, is here tonight, and I believe you'll be making this evening's presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm here tonight with Cindy Hoover, who is the team planner for this project. This matter is the consideration of revisions to the zoning ordinance to reestablish local permitting for oil and gas activities with environmental protections for the health and safety of our communities. Consideration of the final supplemental recirculated environmental impact report, which will be shortened in my presentation to SREIR, is part of this action. So until 2015, there was actually no permit required for oil and gas or pipeline activities in the unincorporated county. The zoning ordinance contained a few setbacks, requirements that all the regulation be through the state of California agencies. A permit from what is now called California Geologic Energy Management Division, which is shortened in this presentation to CalGEM, and was previously called DOGGR, did all the environmental review and issued their permit. That review included no air mitigation and few other mitigations for land use impacts. Their focus of all that permitting was their authority, which is the regulation of the drilling and the underground elements, as well as oil and gas related infrastructure. The scope of that state oversight addressed 100 established oil fields with over 596,000 acres of Kern County land. So the 2.3 million acres that are in the valley of Kern County, 596,000 acres of it are in established oil fields, and there was no local permitting or oversight over that. It was all delegated to the state. That ordinance is now, again, the current standard for the majority of oil and gas activities. It is true that in residentially zoned areas, they require a conditional use permit with public hearings under the current ordinance and under this ordinance. However, in the history since 1986, we've done 5 conditional use permits. The majority of oil is in these 100 oil fields that are not in residential areas. So after a 3-year process of stakeholder discussion and public process, in 2015, revisions to the zoning ordinance and a project-level environmental impact report was considered by your commission and approved by the Board of Supervisors. It established this local permit system for all oil and gas and pipeline activities on unincorporated land and contained extensive new protective measures for health and safety of communities and residents and agricultural surface owners while providing for a clear and certain process for permitting. The ordinance and the 2015 final environmental impact report was sued by a number of parties. A full description of the permitting from 2015 to March 26, 2020 in the lawsuits are provided in your staff report and the SREIR. This zoning ordinance was actually found to be valid. Nothing about it was found by the court to be in violation of state planning law. The 2015 final environmental impact report, however, was found to be deficient on only 5 topics. While the court ordered the county to stop permitting by March 26, 2020 and rescind the ordinance, only 5 parts of the final 2015 EIR were ordered to be reevaluated if the ordinance was to be considered again. The rest of the EIR is considered in full compliance with all the requirements of law by the appellate court. So that is the project that is before you tonight. The same revisions to the zoning ordinance that were successfully implemented from 2015 to March 2020 have been reviewed by staff, and we have included some changes. So we're going to update the names of county departments and state agencies that have changed, the reference to this SREIR, a few minor implementation details. We have also reduced the number of new wells that can annually be permitted in each calendar year, meaning that will be the only cap. You cannot go above that cap of wells, and we're going to talk about that a little later in my presentation. We've clarified the process for monitoring split estate, a 120-day process, which provides for agricultural owners of land that do not own their minerals. And we have corrected some information system errors in the tier maps that were identified since the 2015 adoption. So that's just a adjustment. So we prepared, per the court's direction, a supplemental recirculated environmental impact report that addressed 5 topic areas. 1, mitigation of water supply impacts and discussion of Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Impacts from PM 2.5 emissions, including on health. Mitigation of conversion of agricultural land. Noise impacts for both construction and operations. And recirculation of the multi-well health risk assessment for public review and comment. So the ordinance proposed would apply only to unincorporated lands in the valley portion of the county, which is the map that you're seeing, including over 140,000 acres of private land that actually has Federal Bureau of Land Management mineral resources. It would not apply to any incorporated city. I've provided in the staff report from pages 10 through 33 the permitting process standards implementation enforcement measures. For the benefit of the public, this staff report and all staff reports that you are seeing today are on our website and are available for the public to look at right now. So the basic structure of the local permitting is comprised of 2 different permits, an oil and gas conformity review and a minor activity review. And there are flow charts of how that process works in the staff report. There's a chart that is included in the ordinance, and the ordinance itself is in your staff report. And there is a list of all the oil and gas activities and which permit they need. So all new wells and specifically identified work on existing wells needs a permit and needs to comply with all the requirements. There is no waiver from this permit, and no permit can be issued by the state until Kern County permit is issued. Nothing can happen on the site without the local and state permits. So both Kern County permits are what we would call ministerial, which means they do not require a public hearing, But they also don't have any subjective decisions on the part of oil and gas permit technicians. The permit application must comply with all the standards and the applicable mitigations from the list of 87 mitigation measures on the Mitigation Measure Monitoring Program. If they comply after confirmation by the county staff, a permit is issued within 7 business days. If they're incomplete, they're returned for further compliance. After approval and payment of all required mitigation charges, an approved permit is issued. Then they have to go to the state CalGEM for the required notice of intent to drill, and CalGEM reviews what we call the downhole requirements and other state regulations, which are their jurisdiction to review and enforce. As a responsible agency under the California Environmental Quality Act, they will utilize this certified SREIR for compliance with CEQA. The representation that immediately all of these wells could be drilled is inaccurate. There is a process of permitting, there's a process of oversight, there's a process of enforcement, and these protective measures go far beyond any measures that have been imposed by any other state agency anywhere in California. They exceed every single other permitting, even CUPs on the coast or CUPs in Southern California, who have no air mitigation at all. So I wanted to review that process, which we have successfully implemented, because of the many comments you're going to hear that state that we have no review of oil after this process is approved. That is inaccurate. So the SREIR process analysis and recommendations are detailed in your staff report on pages 33 to 56. You've received all the public documents released throughout the process, including the notice of preparation, both circulations of the draft SEIR, which was in August 2020 and October 2020, the Chapter 7, Volume 1, in response to comments. So this final SREIR, recommended for your consideration, contains the complete 2015 final EIR, the complete 2018 final supplemental EIR that was approved for grazing, and the supplemental analysis to address the 5 topic area deficiencies and clarifications of the mitigation measures. All of these documents are now one document for your consideration called the final SREIR, and it's contained in the 72 binders that are in the chamber today. So when printed out, all of this document is 72 3-inch binders. This is the accumulation of not only the scientific studies that we've done, but also the comments that have been provided throughout the process and our responses to those comments, the changes that we've made in reflection of comments, and it is one complete document now that you are reconsidering. So the major changes to the ordinance are in these 3 areas. The mandatory setbacks from sensitive receptors, the reduction in the annual cap in maximum number of new wells that could be drilled, and then in the SREIR, new mitigation for impacts to designated farmland, noise, and water. So I want to touch on first the mandatory setbacks and mitigation triggers. So if we could have the overhead so that we could show this list from the staff report. It's in the tab Setbacks and Mitigation. So what is the difference between a mandatory setback and a mitigation trigger? So a mandatory setback means there is no waiver from that. So the very closest a new well could ever be to a sensitive receptor, and this is the list of what a sensitive receptor is 210 feet. So a sensitive receptor is a residence, a church, an institution, a hospital, a place of public assembly where more than 100 people gather, and then a school, private or public. So the setback is different in this ordinance, which is we are going to maintain the 300-foot setback, which is the setback in the current ordinance. Has been in place since 1986 and now will remain unchanged. It was changed for those 4 years to 210 feet. We do believe we should remain with the 300 feet since schools are not under the jurisdiction of Kern County. They are built by the state of California, and their assumption was that there would be a 300-foot setback. So we're going to stay with that. You'll also notice that there's a setback of 100 feet from any public, major, or secondary highway, and any building not necessary to the operation of the well. These setbacks are based on the health risk assessments and other studies that we did that are contained in the SREIR. So now I want to talk about mitigation triggers. Mitigation triggers are distances that, if not met, require other physical actions to address the impact, other things that have to happen as the well is drilled or as the well is maintained. And first, I'd like to look at the health risk assessment chart. So we're going to go back to the computer for the clerk. So this is from the mitigation measure in 4.3-5. So here's how you read this. We have 3 different sub-areas. That was the map that we showed you at the beginning. And because of the geologic formations, the oil is at different depths. And the major impacts are usually at drilling. Operations have impacts, but the major impacts from oil and gas exploration is the actual drilling and the length of time you drill, and most importantly, the depth that you drill. So, for example, if you were in the western sub-area and you were at 10,000 feet, your mitigation trigger distance to do more on your health risk assessment is 367 feet. There are very few sensitive receptors in the western sub-area, which is primarily the oil fields. But if there are, and you're at 367 feet, there is a list of additional health risk assessment evaluations that you need to do, that the Air District need to look at to see what other mitigation you may need to do. If, however, you're at 5,000 feet, your setback, your mitigation trigger is 116 feet. And since the mandatory setback is 210 feet, you don't have to do anything. 210 feet encompasses the majority of the drilling that we do. And the health risk assessment that was done actually looked at worst case scenarios of what if we drilled so many wells at this depth all at the same time. And we still found in our health risk assessments that the impacts are covered by the 210 feet. So let's look at another kind of mitigation trigger and setback for noise. Now let's talk about the noise mitigation. So this is an example. There's, a number of pages in the staff report, but let's just look at this one page. This includes mitigation triggers for noise as well as the mandatory setbacks. So when we went in the original EIR, we used 65 decibels, which is our general plan limit, as our standard. And when we went to court, the court brought up the issue of, okay, but what if it's quieter? So this is a legitimate question. So we've gone back and we have reanalyzed. We have circulated this twice, gotten comments, and refined this noise mitigation. And now we're looking at what's called ambient. So this is the 24-hour day and night average of what is it right now? What is actually happening with the noise right now before we drill a well? And the standard now is you cannot be more than 5 decibels more than that ambient to trigger mitigation. And so the mitigation triggers for when you need to do that acoustical analysis and look at that, if I am drilling at 5,000 feet and I am doing well advancement, I am drilling, and I have a sensitive receptor within 3,900 feet, I have to then do more work. I have to provide an acoustical report. It has to show the ambient. It has to show what 5 over the ambient is. And then there's a long list of things I can do. There are acoustical walls, temporary acoustical walls. They actually are inflatable. They're very, very large, that I put up on my drilling site to make sure that I meet that. I can temporarily I can make an agreement with the church or other sensitive receptor through compensating them that perhaps they don't use their facility during my drilling. That's voluntary, not mandatory. There are different orientations of the drilling where the vents are noisier that can be made. All of that has to be done by an qualified acoustical professional. That report is turned in, and they tell us, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put up 2 walls for the duration of drilling, and it's going to meet this. Then they have to submit every 2 weeks monitoring to show that they're actually meeting that noise mitigation. Now, at the end of drilling, right, the question is, what about operations? Same issue. Now, operations are slightly different. So we're at 5,000 feet at the bottom here. And the main noise on operations comes from that whatever powers the pump jack. And if you have an electric-powered pump jack, you only need to be 198 feet away, and you will always make the 5 over ambient. If you are diesel-powered, which we still have some that are diesel-powered, you have to be 650 feet. So if you are between 210 feet, remember, 210 feet is an absolute. If you're between 210 feet and 650 feet, and you have a choice, you can be diesel-powered, but you're going to have to put up a block wall or do other sorts of noise. Or you can just go electric. You can bring a solar-powered battery in. You can do electric. You can, there are many of our oil fields that are actually already connected to the, what we call the grid, they're electrified. But this also handles our sensitive receptor ongoing construction noise. Pages 39 through 42 provide all the details of this noise mitigation for you to review in more detail. Another major change is the reduction in the annual cap on permits. So the idea behind this is every year from January to December, so it's not a fiscal year, it's a calendar year, there's a cap on the number of permits that we can issue. And the original 2015 ordinance had an annual permit cap of 3,647 new wells over 20 years. Now, that was a foreseeable forecast in 2015 for a variety of reasons. Market reasons, market demand, the Monterey Shale play that didn't work out. And so that was a potential total of 70,940 wells over 20 years. However, the assessments in this SREIR and the 2015 actually used the reasonably foreseeable average of 2,687 new wells per year. And so we have now looked at the comparison of these two numbers to what did we actually permit from 2016. Remember, this ordinance went into effect December 9th, 2015, so there was only 1 month. From there to March, we averaged 1,900 permits a year. These are new wells, right? There are minor activity reviews on existing wells. You want to make sure that those existing wells are kept safe, so we don't want to limit those, but we're talking about new wells. So, staff is recommending that we decrease this number down to 2,687 wells. That means that could result in 40,445 new wells. So you're going to hear many voicemail comments about 70,000 wells. Staff is not recommending 70,000 wells. This recommendation has been out last week. This recommendation has been public. We are recommending this reduction to 40,445 wells, and we note that the SREIR analysis was done for 20 years. We've already done 5 years. So this is a 15-year program. So the remaining lifespan of this project level SREIR is 15 years. And I'm going to be speaking a little bit more about how that fits with all of the comments that you've gotten and all of the initiatives that the state has brought forward. And then lastly, we have mitigation for not lastly, but in addition, we have mitigation for agricultural farmland conversion, and water also changes. So pages 39 through 40 provide you detail on these changes. The original mitigation for mandatory ag easements to replace land impacts was found invalid by the court. We've taken it out. We now have placed a cap on how much land you can disturb. So once again, we're using these sub areas, and we have a definition of what farmland is. So in the western sub area, each well can only impact 2 acres. In the central, it's 3 acres. Whoops. I think my presentation made a mistake here. Can you look that up really quick? I put 2 acres, I think it's 1.2. Can you, staff report. So, but it's in that range. We'll have you the exact numbers here after we look it up in the staff report. The final, it's on page 39 through 40, Ms. Hoover. The final SREIR, just to put this in perspective, projected that based on disturbance factors, 298 total acres of land would potentially be taken out of production for the well siting and operation annually. 298 acres of land, and there are over 2.3 million acres of land in this project, and there's probably 1.5 million of ag land, and only 298 acres was the projection. In reality,
Western 2, Central 3, Eastern 2.
is that true? I thought it was 1.2. The addendum staff report also that you received notes that in reality, over the 4 years, we have actually only impacted 54 acres of ag land, which is about 12 acres per year. 1.2. So the staff report has a minor error here. The caps on the ag land is western is 2.0, central is 3.0, and eastern is 1.2. So those are gross acres. I apologize for that typographical error. Now, one of the suggestions was that we do clustering of wells. That was carefully evaluated, but that would limit the flexibility of surface owners and mineral owners to select the best site on their agricultural operations, and further, it could prevent and interfere with the legal right of the mineral owner to access their minerals. As a reminder throughout this whole thing, accessing the mineral rights are a property right. They have a constitutional right to extract this oil right now. And therefore, what we're looking at is what is the most environmentally protective way to do that, not should they do that. And while characterizations have been made that, Kern County only cares to allow oil to be produced, I think these 72 binders show, and our years of public hearings show, and the extensive environmental protection that we've brought forward, that we are as interested as anyone in protecting the health and safety of our communities. And we are not interested in allowing Sacramento to be the arbitrator of what is protection. In regards to agriculture, we also have been sensitive to this issue of what we call legacy equipment. So we have 100 years of oil, and in the agricultural areas, there are many areas where there are old tanks, abandoned wells. These have been a constant source of concern for farmland owners. And so we've required in this mitigation, but there is an ownership issue. So in this mitigation, if you are on a parcel of agricultural land and you want to do a new well and you own or control through another entity these legacy equipment, you have to take it all off and restore that land. So no more can you add to that property owner's burden by just leaving it on the same legal parcel. So we think that is a step forward in helping resolve some of these leftover issues that we have in agricultural areas. The issue of water came up, and we did a comprehensive analysis of the Sustainable Groundwater Act, which is now regulating groundwater in our valley. If we could have the sub-area map put up, please. And so in this, in this area, you know, we have all of these water districts, we have all this regulation of groundwater, we have a comprehensive report that explains how that all is impacted, and it's acknowledged that the use of water, no matter how small in this basin, is an issue. And so the use of up to 12,936 acre-feet of groundwater in this overdrafted basin is considered significant. We require that they are going to provide us evidence of where that water is coming from, that it's coming from a metered well. Only groundwater from a metered well can be used in the oil and gas operations. We will provide a report annually of all those amounts to help the sustainable groundwater agencies and other water interests. And they have to quantify and tell us at the time they ask for this permit, how much groundwater are you going to use, where is it coming from? And so we believe that that's an accountability partnership with these other water districts who are trying to manage this groundwater basin. And then, once again, any water use is a problem. We found no issue with water quality. We have extensively reviewed that. We have had it peer reviewed. There is no evidence that in our basin that oil is affecting the water quality. However, in acknowledgement that the use of any water takes away from the use in another community, we have a new mitigation measure, 4.17-5. It's a mitigation fee on each well. It's $250 for an oil and gas conformity review, $50 for each well in a minor activity review. It's going to establish a disadvantaged community drinking water grant fund. It will be implemented by Kern County Public Health to only for projects in disadvantaged communities in the valley portion of Kern County. It can be used for the design, permitting, and construction of physical improvements and water systems. We have determined that it could be used inside an incorporated city limits. We think this will produce $460,000 to $500,000 a year that could be used. There is a lot of money coming to these water systems for disadvantaged communities. However, they often don't have the capacity for matching funding. That small match they need for staffing, that other sorts of things. We're not intending to use this for planning, we're intending to use this for real projects. The topic area of the health risk assessment and discussion of PM10 and PM2.5 is comprehensively discussed in the SREIR. The single and multi-well health risk assessment was further reviewed and found valid. All the details can be found in Chapter 7, Volume 1A, Global Response 6 Health Risk Assessments. And these assessments support the 210-foot mandatory setback. So we have provided you all the public comments on the zoning ordinance changes and the SREIR. So a full description of the public process that we went through is detailed on page 44. We provided you additional comments in a staff addendum along with other comments. So all of the emails that we received by 5 o'clock this evening have been provided to you. The comments on the zoning ordinance for local permitting focus on opposition to oil and gas activities in light of climate change initiatives and health impacts from oil activities. They request we deny the ordinance as not sufficiently protective of our communities and replace our economic base with renewable energy. Another part of the comments request we not focus on local permitting, but instead on phasing out fossil fuel industries and work to transition our oil field workers to renewable energy jobs. Once again, the comments on the SREIR are all included in Chapter 7, Volume 1A that you received and are primarily from lawyers representing interests and groups opposed to the ordinance in any form who previously sued. So the final SREIR is 8 volumes, findings for the zoning ordinance recommendation and the 15091 findings of fact and 15093 statement of overriding consideration have provided in the Planning Commission draft resolution provided in the staff report along with your addendums. Staff has carefully looked at all of the comments that have been received up till now, including the comments that have been received over the last few days, up until the time we have had this commission hearing. Kern County provides energy of all types for California and the U.S., and the focus of the public comments in opposition to this project are different from those in 2015 when the original project was proposed. Now the call is for an immediate ban on all new oil and gas activities and for county staff and decision makers to start work on a transition plan for the workers in oil into other industries. And the industries uniformly identified by these comments are renewable energy, wind and solar, with some comments pointing at alternative fuels. With the exception, I would say that, a large percentage of these comments come from outside Kern County, and we respectfully will look at those comments along with the comments that are of people who live here. As a reminder, though, mineral right holders in California have a legal right to access their minerals, and oil and gas activities are a significant contribution to the taxes and jobs that support Kern County. We are not disputing at all that there are impacts to the environment. But the mitigation that we're bringing forward for air, water, biology, archaeology, and other mitigation is more protective, as I noted, than any other oil and gas permitting in California. It exceeds any CEQA done by CalGEM. It's funded to date more than $114 million to clean up the air in the San Joaquin Valley. This is more than any other industry, many with far more impacts. And the representation in the comments that you've received and that you will hear all ignore the protective health and public safety mitigations. And their comments are a representation of what will occur without the ordinance adoption. And as the industry has a legal right to access their minerals, it's imperative that this activity be done properly, and Kern County has shown it can be with our prior permitting. This regulation is expensive. This regulation actually increases the cost for the industry, and yet the industry continues to support it. The comments urging formulation of a just transition to move oil and gas workers is not a fully formed idea. The idea that extractive industries such as oil is not a dependable source of tax revenue due to boom and bust volatility and environmental impacts is a recurring theme in these comments. But I note that no industry escapes the boom and bust economic cycle. Every industry, from dot-com companies that no longer exist to commercial retail that we used to court, like Kmart and Blockbuster, were once part of the economic stability of the region, and they are now gone. In contrast to a city, counties rely on property tax revenue. And energy, even though it goes through different cycles, and because of the large investments of infrastructure, does not leave unusable buildings as new innovation occurs. To say that Kern County is not interested in renewable energy in many of these comments is uninformed. Kern County is the center of renewable energy for California, and we support the state climate goals. We're a major contributor to the state achieving progress. We provide more than 15,860 megawatts of renewable energy and over 3,000 megawatts of battery storage built or in progress. And we provide green electrons to the entire state of California through SCAPA, the Southern California Public Power Authority, which has 14 cities, Riverside, Pasadena, Glendale, all of these cities, as well as Northern California through the Silicon Valley Clean Energy and East Bay Municipal Utility District, as well as the City of Los Angeles. Our Kern County green electrons power cities, homes, and businesses. And many of the people who are commenting, I'm sure, live in these areas. And while wind does pay significant property taxes, large-scale commercial solar does not. And this reality of loss of property taxes affects our ability to provide services to our communities. So while there are construction jobs at significantly lower wages than oil and gas activities, the state of California's solar tax exclusion has cost the county lost revenue of $103 million over the last 10 years. And the built projects we have on 36,000 acres continue to be a loss of $19 million a year. They only provide on 36,000 acres, 1.5 million in annual property taxes. While you will see from the reports that we put in the record, oil produces 80 million a year. So the point of this is that there's a fiscal inequity that has to be addressed and has not been addressed and is not being addressed by the legislature. And this is one part of the larger issue. When you talk about Kern County transitioning, we are the center of oil and gas production in California. We agree that it needs to be done properly, and it's important to the local economy. It must be regulated to protect the environment and provide the greatest environmental protection. And to say that immediately we should stop also ignores the other impacts to our budget, including COVID-related pandemic losses, the shift to e-commerce, as well as the unformed pathway for things such as carbon capture and alternative fuels. All of these are great ideas. None of that has been worked out yet, and none of that is a clear pathway. So at the end of the day, we do not have the money to keep our libraries open so that people in Silicon Valley and Santa Monica can have green electrons and less expensive electricity. And that is the whole point of us pointing out this solar tax exclusion. We are saying that we do want to be all of the above energy, but we are not saying that we are against renewable energy. We are saying that the comments that have been provided to us, I am saying, are uninformed. And I am hopeful that this public process here at the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors will educate people on some of the other things that they need to advocate at the state legislature to get the green energy pathway that they are so committed to having. The decrease in the cap, which still provides for oil and gas activities that have historically occurred and would result in this 40,445 new wells, would be a stabilization factor over the 15 years when innovations in carbon management and California policy initiatives, including the phase out of sales of gas-fueled cars in the state by 2035, can be worked out. But it's essential that we adopt this protective ordinance because we need this industry stability while these changes driven by the state of California and energy realities are addressed by the industry and new forms of energy production are brought to market, such as these alternative fuels and carbon capture technology. It is unclear what kinds of property taxes carbon capture technology will even provide. It's unclear what kinds of local benefits that will provide. It is a great idea. It is a great thing. Kern County is the center of that. We have all this space, but it's unclear, and it cannot be quantified yet. The economic stability of Kern County to address changes in revenue for services as well as for schools from losses in property tax is a long-term conversation. And the idea that immediately we should not have any protections for our communities and leave the current ordinance in place, which has no protections at all, is not an acceptable solution. So in conclusion, the proposed text amendments and this SREIR are a pathway for our oil and gas industry and our county of certainty in permitting with enhanced environmental protection for the next 15 years. It represents the best technology. It's a commitment from the industry as neighbors and members of the community that economic prosperity and environmental protection are possible in California. These are scientifically based setbacks for noise and health from sensitive receptor, new requirements for pipelines to be integrity tested and monitored. The emissions reduction agreement that has been in place will reduce criteria pollutants from the construction and operation to close to zero through grant-based projects. We have biological conservation, avoidance, and minimization measures, attention to archaeology and cultural resources, dedicated county staff for oversight and enforcement, and a process for involving surface owners in permits. This is a type of oil and gas permitting that works for business while addressing community concerns and questions. The recommendation, if we could put that up, that you will be considering today is a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt the revisions to Title 19 of the Kern County Zoning Ordinance. They certify the supplemental recirculated environmental impact report. The findings of fact for the zoning ordinance are in the draft resolution. We did have an addendum, so we do need to adopt revised section 15091 for 2 minor mitigation corrections. Section 15093 is a statement of overriding consideration. We have provided you with reports in your findings and your staff report on the benefits that come, the economic benefits that outweigh. There are still significant environmental impacts, and we understand that there are commenters who believe that that is not sufficient. Staff is recommending that the loss of $80 million. There are significant schools in Taft and other places where the majority of their money comes from the oil industry. This would be a significant loss to Kern County, and we would not be able, with just renewable energy, to keep our services and our communities safe. And then adopt revised section 15097 CEQA mitigation measure monitoring program. That completes my presentation. We are going to hear significant public comments, and I am available at the end of that for questions and additional responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Oviatt.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe we have Suzanne Noble with Western States Petroleum Association, also known as WISPA, speaking on behalf of the applicant, which is WISPA, and California Independent Producers Association, also known as SIPA. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, it is.
Okay, Suzanne Noble, you are free to go. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Ms. Noble, if you're there, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Please proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners, Planning Director, and of course, County staff. My name is Suzanne Noble. I'm the Director of Production Operations for the Western States Petroleum Association, also known as WISPA. I'm speaking today on behalf of both WISPA and the California Independent Producers Association, which is also known as SIPA. WISPA is a nonprofit trade association representing many companies that explore for, produce, refine, transport. We also market petroleum, petroleum products, natural gas, and other energy supplies in California. SIPA is also a nonprofit trade association representing approximately 500 independent crude oil and natural gas producers, royalty owners, and service and supply companies operating here in California. WISPA and SIPA were original applicants for the zoning ordinance revisions and accompanying EIR that the board adopted in November 2015, of course, creating a new and comprehensive county permitting system for oil and gas activities. While the county's oil and gas ordinance and EIR contain many, many restrictive and costly requirements and mitigation measures, WISPA and SIPA strongly support them and continue to support them. They have provided certainty and efficiency for the county's streamlining permitting process. In our view, the oil and gas permitting program was highly successful, helping with future responsible oil and gas development, while at the same time providing safeguards for the county's environmental resources. Among other things, the program generated over $136 million in mitigation fees over the 4 1/4 year that it was in effect. As you know, the planning staff has prepared the supplemental recirculated EIR or SREIR to comply with the Court of Appeals decision requiring supplemental environmental analysis of specific areas as noted by the planning director. We appreciate the staff's tremendous effort to prepare the SREIR in order to enable the county to reinstate the permitting program. Also, most importantly, the ordinance will require compliance with 87 mitigation measures as set forth in the final SREIR. WISPA and SIPA support and agree with the revised and added standards and mitigation measures in the SEIR. This will help address the Court of Appeals decision and strengthen ordinance implementation. California's energy industry, we lead in innovation and environmental stewardship. California-based oil and gas production, in particular in Kern County, provides an essential supply of energy that keeps our economy and citizens moving forward. We do respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommend certification of the SREIR and readoption of the oil and gas ordinance to the Board of Supervisors. We appreciate the county's support for reinstating the oil and gas permitting program and look forward to its continued success with economic and environmental benefits for our county. We want to be respectful of your time this evening, so I will end there. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this very important item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. We have a number of persons who are on the line wishing to address the commission this evening. We also have voice messages that we will need to listen to as well. We are going to start this evening with those that are on the phone. Due to the high volume of callers, I will be limiting each caller to 2 minutes. I will provide each speaker with a 10 to 15 second warning. I know this is a very important topic, but I want to ask everyone to please stick to this time limit so everyone can be heard. Also, once the clerk announces your name, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. All right, Madam Clerk, who is our first speaker this evening?
Madam Chair, the first person speaking will be Juan Flores.
Mr. Flores, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Juan Flores, and I'm a resident of Delano here in Kern County, and I'm calling to oppose the oil and gas ordinance. For decades, in Kern County, low-income communities and communities of color have suffered from the disproportionate impact of environmental injustices, from poor air quality to polluted water. When it comes to public health, our county is failing our communities as well. High numbers of cancer, diabetes, asthma, and other chronic diseases that are exacerbated by poor choices that our county officials make, such as trying to pass this oil and gas ordinance without the necessary environmental and health analysis. With only one environmental impact report, they are trying to excuse more than 40,000 new oil wells. That is double the number of our wells that we currently have. Current oil wells that took over a period of 100 years. Now, as Ms. Oviar mentioned, we're going to double the number in just 15 years. That's simply crazy and a slap in the face of our residents that are dying on a daily basis. County elected officials like to hide behind the discourse of jobs and economy when they should be looking to examples outside of Kern County and realize that we do not have to depend on an industry that is naturally dying. By working for a just transition to a green economy, we can undo historic inequities and give our communities access to family wage-paying jobs that leads us to a healthier future. These types of jobs can grow the tax base and provide worker benefits without polluting our air and water and making people sick. The county should focus its attention on how to diversify our economy by investing in new, clean, and innovative industries that can provide clean jobs and ultimately companies that can provide contract jobs under union
10-second warning.
representation. If we truly want to be energy independent, we must invest in green renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ashley Warner.
Ms. Warner, please press *6 and state your
Okay,
name.
my name is Ashley Warner, and I'm speaking on behalf of Emma de la Rosa from Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. So Leadership Council works alongside communities most impacted by the environmental consequences of oil extraction. Concerns that we hear from residents on a daily basis about the air quality emissions from heavy oil trucks and emissions from oil refineries, along with the heavy smell of oil, are consistently voiced by residents to us. Not to mention, water quality and contamination is also an issue that communities have to face as a result of oil extraction. This ordinance, if approved, will allow the oil and gas industry to continue to profit at the expense of public health and the climate. Kern County is already home to about 80% of California's oil and gas production. People from low-income communities and communities of color are more likely to live and work near oil extraction facilities, and they already suffer pollution-related health problems at disproportionate levels. Massively expanding the number of oil and gas wells and denying residents the meaningful opportunity to decide whether additional wells should be drilled near their homes and schools for the next 20 years is unacceptable. On Monday, February 10th, Richmond suffered an oil spill. We are concerned with seeing further impacts in our communities in this very burdened part of the state. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, the next portion of 4 public speakers are going to be in Spanish. So if we could please have Liz Camdella come to the podium to translate for us. Okay, our first speaker will be Gabriela Ojeda.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gabriela Ojeda, residente de la ciudad de Arvin. Soy miembro de la comunidad de Arvin, del Comité para un Arvin Mejor. Hablo en nombre de mi familia, ya que somos directamente afectados.
My name is Gabriela Ojeda. I am calling from Arvin. I am part of the Better Committee for Arvin. I am calling on behalf of my family that we are affected from this.
Gabriela, could you please dial, oh, I see your line is open. Please proceed.
Sigue adelante, Gabriela.
Por las emisiones que hay en el medio ambiente, hay días en que mis niños no pueden salir a jugar al aire libre porque el aire es insalubre, y también cuando están en la escuela tienen que quedarse todos los niños sin salir a jugar por la misma razón. Es muy triste para todos que no podemos salir a caminar al aire libre sin poner en riesgo nuestra salud. Es por eso que me opongo a que se hagan más pozos petroleros en el condado de Kern. Gracias por escuchar mi comentario.
Well, due to this whole thing with the climate, my kids cannot go outside due to the air. They cannot breathe. When they are in school, sometimes they cannot go outside and play. This is very sad. And also, we miss out our times walking out as a family due to our health. And this is why I oppose for them to allow more oil wells. Thank you for your time and for listening to my comment.
Our next speaker is Teresa Luque.
Teresa Luque,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Okay, I could speak in English. Thank you. My name is Teresa Luque. I live in Arvin and I belong to the Committee of Better Arvin.
I do not agree with the oil and gas ordinance. I also do not agree with the existing wells because is it proven that the existence and manipulation of these wells affect our health and our planet. Currently in Irving, we are living in a kind of toxic soup because the wind is no longer carrying pollen. The wind is carrying methane and toxins from fossil fuels. The existence of these wells and their use affect less privileged communities. Agriculture, the climate, the ecology, and we feel powerless of taking care of our planet because we are trying with disadvantage to create awareness to multinationals whose main interest is their personal goals instead of thinking about the common welfare. Kern, Irving want to walk in the right direction. We want green energy. I have been affected by the coronavirus, and the existence of the wells intensify the probability of new pandemic because of lower of our quality of life. Please, we need clean air and clean water to live. Irving should be a valley where people come to heal, but it is the most polluted city of the nation. But why it is the most toxic city? Because the intervention of the oil industry that is making our soil sick, filling it with perforation and poison. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Annabelle Marquez.
Anabel Marquez.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Anabel Márquez y soy de aquí de la ciudad de Shafter. Estoy en contra de que se hagan más pozos petroleros porque en esta pequeña ciudad de Shafter tenemos más de 300 pozos petroleros alrededor de la ciudad. Está cerca de escuelas, está entre los pistachos, está entre los vegetales. Se nos contamina el agua, el aire, la tierra. Estamos encerrados en una cápsula de veneno. No necesitamos un coronavirus para que nos mate, porque la contaminación nos está matando día a día por años, por cientos de años, desde que existe el petróleo. Entonces, por eso y por mi comunidad y por las familias que ya se nos han ido, nuestros seres queridos, nuestros niños que se están muriendo también de cáncer, con esa pequeña juventud que es el futuro de mañana, está ya contaminada. No más pozos petroleros. Estamos en contra de que se hagan más pozos petroleros. Muchas gracias. Por cientos de años.
My name is Annabelle Marquez. I am from Shafter. I am against the oil wells. I come from the small city of Shafter. We already have 300 oil wells around the city, around schools, the pistachios, all the vegetables. You know, we already have contamination in the air and in the soil. You know, we don't need to die of coronavirus when we're already surrounded with this poison. It's been around for hundreds of years, and it's not only hurting families, it's causing cancer in kids, and we don't have a future with this anymore. No more oil wells, and thank you for allowing me to comment.
The next speaker is Refugio Valencia.
Refugio Valencia.
¿Aló?
Siga, señor Valencia.
¿Me escucha?
Can you hear me? Sí.
¿Aló?
Sí, señor.
¿Aló?
Sí.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Ok. Okay. My name is Refugio Valencia, and I am a resident here in the community of Bakersfield. And I am against the ordinance because it will worsen the high levels of gas and oil and waste that is already in our bad air that we have here in our country. The aforementioned residues are highly classified as causing cancer. Also, part of our community already know that drinking water is at risk of being contaminated because in places where the companies have already fractured hydraulic, they let the drinking water contaminate. I also suggest that the county have a translated environmental reports to Spanish for the Latino community, as it occupies about 40% of the population in Kern country. And the majority of them do not speak or understand English. They must know what is happening in the community where they live in this issue. Thank you very much.
There's one more registered speaker that requested translation, but I do not see her phone number on the line, but I will check for Diana Morales.
Diana Morales.
Okay, we will now move on to the next speaker, is Brian Russum.
Hello.
Please state your name. Yes, please state your name.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name for the record.
Brian Russum. I'm a resident of Bakersfield. Members of the Planning Commission, a recent scientific report has found that increased temperatures due to the burning of fossil fuels and global warming has increased the pollen season by 20 days, and pollen loads are 21% higher since 1990. Residents like myself with respiratory disease like hay fever and asthma are getting sicker each year and dying more frequently. This must stop. How many of you know someone, a friend, family member, yourself, that is afflicted? I keep hearing from advocates of oil production and consumption that the jobs of a minority should matter more than the health of every single resident of Kern County. I don't know how anyone can defend this. The fact is, green energy jobs are already arriving to replace oil jobs. Within the last few months, 4 new bioenergy proposals representing thousands of jobs were announced by the Kern Economic Development Corporation. I also hear the argument that decreasing the domestic production of oil would lead to an increase in importation from other nations. This argument ignores the fact that we are in the process of switching our energy needs away from oil and toward cleaner alternatives. Why would our future demand for foreign oil go up when our consumption is going down? Kern County has to stop clinging to an industry from the 19th and 20th century. We are well into the 21st century now, and it's long past time for a change. Thank you for listening to my input.
The next caller is Theo Lequison.
Theo, please press *6 and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Theo Lecane, and I'm commenting on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity and its members in Kern County and across California. The Center for Biological Diversity stands with Kern County communities that have suffered from the effects of oil and gas pollution for too long. We strongly urge you to reject this ordinance. We oppose this ordinance because it fast-tracks approvals of tens of thousands of new oil and gas wells over the next 2 decades, while shutting out the public from future decisions about these dangerous projects. it will also result in substantial damage to our health, air, water, wildlife, and climate. A recent Harvard study showed just how dangerous these projects can be to public health. The study estimated that air pollution, specifically from fossil fuels, is responsible for more than 8 million premature deaths per year, far more even than COVID-19. 355,000 of those deaths happen in the United States, in places like Kern County, where communities suffer from exposure to fine particulate matter from oil and gas operations. Kern County has an opportunity to lead the transition away from fossil fuels and create a local economy that does not depend upon this polluting industry. We can also help minimize California's droughts, heat waves, and wildfires by eliminating the greenhouse gas emissions from Kern County oil and gas production. Kern County has some of the dirtiest oil on the planet, even dirtier than Canadian tar sands. Trying to pump out more of this oil and gas is dangerous and short-sighted. Instead of finding new ways to promote new oil and gas projects, the county should be prioritizing public health, environmental protection, and creating clean, sustainable jobs that will help the county move away from oil and gas. Doing so will literally save lives and move us towards a safer, livable planet. We urge you to reject this ordinance. And lastly, I would like to call out the planning director's straw manning and advanced framing of opposition comments before we've even had a chance to speak. This is an outrageous exercise in undermining the significant concerns community members and advocates have raised here tonight and must be corrected. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Jay Tamsey.
Mr. Tamsey, please press *6 and state your name for the record.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Planning Commissioners, and County staff for allowing me to comment tonight. I am Jay Tamsey, President and CEO of the Kern County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Central Region Director for the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. The goal of CHCC is to be a leader and a representative for over 800,000 Hispanic-owned businesses in California, and KCHCC representing more than 1,100 members. It is my duty and privilege to advocate and educate our decision makers so our members and their employees are provided an opportunity to economically thrive. The oil and gas industry has provided Hispanic men and women a way to economically thrive. Regardless of background, education, or experience, the industry has embraced our Latino culture and took that hard work and transformed it into an opportunity. The oil industry has strongly partnered with KCHCC for years on our annual Current Energy Academy, which consists of local high school students enrolled at BC, CSUB, CSU Fresno, who are interested in oil and energy sectors. The Academy introduces students to local professionals, careers, and other features of the oil industry. After the Academy, some of our most vulnerable and underserved students are awarded with the financial stipend to further their education. We know that thousands of Latinos have been able to provide for their families. They have health insurance for their family members, send themselves and their children to college, and have a savings to retire into due to the oil and gas industry. We also know that without a career in the oil and gas industry, Latinos are less likely to have those opportunities. On behalf of the Kern County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, we support the oil and gas industry and the SREIR ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Just a reminder to everyone, when you hear your name, please dial *6 on your phone, and before you begin your comments, state your first and last name. Our next speaker is Juan Campos.
Juan Campos, *6, and please proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Juan Campos, Community Outreach Director for the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC Council 3272. LULAC is the oldest Latino civil rights organization in the United States. Our council is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to establish collaborative partnerships that improve the economic condition, educational achievement, health, and civic engagement of communities in Kern County. We are the largest LULAC council in California with over 90 members. Local oil and gas producers provide safe, good-paying careers and fund better roads, local schools, and essential public services like law enforcement and fire protection. Access to affordable energy also dramatically improves people's lives here in Kern County and is responsible for over 25,000 local jobs. A permitting structure that provides certainty to producers also provides certainty to us consumers, as we will continue to have reliable and affordable energy to heat our homes and cook meals for our families. We ask that our local leaders apply predictable regulations and policies that ensure the energy we still need is made here in California. We feel very fortunate to have a thriving oil and gas industry in our area. The industry provides opportunities from which all of our members directly or indirectly benefit from, both from high quality jobs and significant participation and volunteerism in our community. Without their support, our council will find it very difficult to successfully pursue our mission. A major part of our success is due to the consistent support given by the local oil and gas producers and workers. Our council will not be able to continue sponsoring community events such as our citizenship workshops, student mentoring workshops, and scholarship fundraising without the help of our local oil and gas industry. We strongly urge our planning commissioners to support this environmental review and continue to allow Kern County to shine as an energy leader. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Sydney Pitcher.
Hi, my name is Sydney Pitcher, and thanks so much for having this public hearing tonight. I oppose this ordinance because climate change and environmental disasters are raging faster than we've ever seen in our lives. We're breaking heat records, more risk of wildfires and drought, and a threat to our food supply, and so much more. I'm saddened to hear that Kern County would not be able to survive financially without the oil industry, and that the communities and students would not be able to have the funding they need to thrive in life, because communities of color are oftentimes affected more by pollutants, toxic chemicals, carcinogens, and are constantly saying, I can't breathe in silence, because they're suffering from many different health problems than their white communities. And it has been said that communities of color, and particularly Black communities, are about 50 to 60% more likely to die of COVID-19 from exposure to these pollutants in white communities. We got to find a way, if we cannot go without the oil industry, I demand that we at least just dramatically reduce this ordinance by like maybe 90% and invest more in renewable jobs, and also even invest in like rain harvesting and building rain harvesting systems, as that can save money on water and promote new jobs and help restore groundwater. So I hope you can think about that. And also, I think carbon capture from the wells that are already operating to prevent pollutants from going into the air would be a very wise decision, because more people would be less likely to be exposed constantly to these pollutants. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Mercedes Macias.
Hello, my name is Mercedes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Macias. I'm speaking as a lifelong resident of Kern County, as a representative of the Sierra Club, and as a mother. I am appalled that the Planning Commission would even consider an ordinance to fast-track the expansion of oil and gas production. Passing this ordinance would be both an egregious act of environmental racism and an example of white imperialism. As someone noted earlier, the EIR is not accessible to monolingual Spanish speakers. We know, and numerous studies demonstrate, the disproportionate impacts of toxic oil pollution on marginalized communities, including Indigenous, Latinx, Black, and Asian American households. Oil executives are posturing to line their pockets, while the predominantly Latina community they claim to help are faced with the health and economic consequences. Nearly doubling the amount of wells in our communities would be devastating for our climate. We must collectively focus on a just transition to a clean energy future, as both our economy and our lives depend on it, and we should be able to count on our leaders to lead that way. Please, I urge you to oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rachel Glauser.
Rachel, press *6 and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Rachel Glauser, Glauser. Chairwoman and Commissioners, I'm here on behalf of Kern Citizens for Energy and our more than 11,000 supporters in Kern County. KCE was founded to support local energy production and all the men and women working in this industry. As I mentioned, Kern Citizens for Energy represents thousands of Kern County residents, as well as 5 incorporated cities, 10 chambers of commerce, hundreds of small businesses, and a cross-section of representatives from our healthcare, education, nonprofit, and public safety organizations throughout Kern. KCE supports the supplemental recirculated environmental impact report for the Kern County Oil and Gas Ordinance. The reality is that all Californians depend on Kern County's oil and gas industry to provide all the basic necessities that each of us use on a daily basis. And it's disappointing and a surprise to many that California currently imports 2/3 of our total energy needs. Given our enormous consumption of petroleum products, it remains our view that those products ought to be produced right here by Kern County citizens under the strictest environmental review in the country, and not in foreign countries. The oil and gas industry in Kern County is responsible for 25,000 local jobs and millions of dollars in revenues to our local economy. Our community is healthier, happier, and safer when we have access to abundant, affordable local energy. Thank you for your yes vote to recommend approval of the SREIR, and thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Kyler Chen.
Kyler Chen, *6 and state your
Hi,
name.
my name is Kyla. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Kyla. I'm 17. I asked you to block the proposed oil and gas ordinance. California has the worst wildfires, and you want to make climate change worse? Do you want our communities to burn? Do you want to poison your neighborhood? These toxins from fracking, oil, and gas drilling will cause worsening cancer symptoms, respiratory diseases, and COVID-19 cases everywhere. These fracking fluids will poison our groundwater. No amount of mitigation will solve this. You cannot have drilling and healthy people at the same time. Keep the oil and gas in the damn ground. No amount of setbacks will stop climate change. Imagine if it was your mom with cancer. The oil and gas industry is dying already. And if you want to boost Kern County's industry, invest and transition to clean energy that is sustainable. It is time to phase out oil and gas. No more permit approvals. I don't care about X number of well permits. Make it zero. Zero drilling. We need zero drilling to avoid climate change and critical damage to frontline communities and ecosystems. I have to breathe the same damn air pollution that the oil and gas industry causes. I'm tired of this crap. Just ban it. You do not have the right to kill people for profit. Oil is 0% environmentally friendly. I'm tired of their gaslighting. Extracting vast amounts of oil is unacceptable. Oil and gas communities are not accountable. They are here for the money. Give oil workers higher pay, more dignified, safer jobs in clean energy. Climate change is destroying everything, and you need to stop oil and gas and transition to solar, wind, and batteries. You cannot be pro-climate and pro-oil and gas at the same time. Stop killing our communities. Stop it now. You can run our communities and get vastly more tax revenue if you support clean energy companies.
Your 2 minutes
create
is up.
Healthy communities and dignified lives. You need to be against oil and gas. Carbon capture is not feasible yet, and we need to stop burning oil and gas right now. And you
Your time
have
is
to
up.
vote no on this ordinance. Thank you. Bye.
Our next speaker is Alejandro Sabria.
Hear me?
Yes, state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your full name.
Okay, perfect. My name is Alejandro Sobrera. I'm a concerned resident. I'd just like to start out by saying that I am appalled by the gaslighting that took place in that opening speech. I think the framing of our concerns shows a gross disregard for our rights. I'd like to say there's no environmentally friendly way to extract oil, so let's not delude ourselves. And I don't think anyone cares if we fund our libraries when their children are dying of cancer. We live in a time of great consequence right now, the likes we have not seen since the last World War. We will not have a future if we continue to destroy the planet that allows us life and instead cower to the short-term interests of the fossil fuel industry. Please read the room. It's completely bizarre that we are even considering more drilling when California has been burning at an unprecedented rate, which is already linked to the burning of fossil fuels and rising global temperatures. Not only that, but these wells are linked to various health detriments on nearby communities whose interests you swore to represent, not the interests of a few stockholders at these oil companies. It's time to diversify our economy and invest in the job opportunities that have a future. The fossil fuel industry is dying, and I will not let Kern County die with it. If we continue to drill, in 10 to 20 years, a few rich stockholders will take their fat pockets and go vacation in far-off places, leaving behind a Kern County with toxic air, polluted water, and asthmatic children. Asthmatic children. And all this will be because you, the people on this council, would not meet the moment. You would not stand up for the community. You failed to protect us, and you will have blood on your hands. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bridget Beard.
Bridget, please press *6 and state your name. Bridget, please press *6. Final call for Bridget. Okay, next caller.
Our next caller is Pedro Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Pedro Hernandez with Audubon, California. I'm calling on behalf of this organization that has worked in the Southern San Joaquin Valley for years and also operates the Kern River Preserve. We're standing in solidarity with the community members urging you to prioritize public health and the planet and to reject this ordinance. We oppose this because more oil drilling impacts every component of the ecosystem. This is people and planet at risk. Issues like COVID have rampaged through communities of color because the pollution that the oil industry perpetuates on us has tenderized their bodies. There is a direct linkage between the pollution that these lobbying groups have caused onto our communities and with the direct impacts that we're facing now, this public health crisis. More people have died because of local planners' inability to prioritize their neighbors. And so we want to prevent this ordinance from passing. We want local planners to act with integrity. And I do want to also address the planning commissioner, which I think was problematic. And ultimately, she said that Sacramento should not dictate how Kern County acts. But I think we also need to acknowledge how much millions of dollars that WISPA, the lead applicant for this project, spends on lobbying and weakening environmental protections in Sacramento as well. So please protect your community, protect the environment. There are over 100 different species of birds and other sensitive wildlife that risk extinction right in your backyards in Kern County. So we can choose a better path. We know we can do it, and so we urge you to make that decision. Thank you. Have a good evening.
The next speaker is Sal Solario.
Sal, please press *6 and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Salvador Solorio Reese, and I am a council member in the city of Delano. I am speaking in solidarity today with all the environmental justice and community leaders. First, I would like to make a comment in regard to the opening statements that were made. How dare you invalidate the stories of residents who live in the community? Moreover, the idea that our schools are being funded by oil industries point to the larger issue. What good does it do if our schools are funded but our children have a hard time breathing? We have some of the worst air quality in the nation. Families, friends, and many community members are currently struggling with asthma and other health conditions that are caused by poor air quality. And in addition, the current pandemic only makes it worse. This ordinance will further damage our air quality. I urge the Planning Commission to not go forward with the oil and gas ordinance that will further hurt current and future generations to come. As leaders, you have the obligation and responsibility to protect your community, not put them in harm. I oppose this ordinance because I care about all families, and I hope you do too. Hola, mi nombre es Salvador Solorio Ruiz. Soy concejal de la ciudad de Delano. Hablo en solidaridad con todos los líderes de justicia ambiental y comunitarios. Tenemos una de las peores calidades del aire de la nación. Familias, amigos y muchos miembros de la comunidad están actualmente luchando contra el asma y otras afecciones de salud causados por la mala calidad del aire. Y adicionalmente, la pandemia solo lo empeora. Y adicionalmente, esta ordenancia seguirá dañará a nuestra calidad del aire.
So council member from Delano just repeated everything he said in English, from Spanish.
Great, thank you so much.
The next speaker is Lupe Martinez.
Lupe, please
Yes,
state. There you
my
go.
name is Lupe Martinez. I'm representing my family, my grandkids, my families who have lived here in Delano and have been residents of Kern County all of our life, and certainly speak for other families who are not able to participate tonight. We are totally against this ordinance, and we were from the beginning and up to date. We question this environmental impact report that is flawed and should not be allowed to move forward without the true mitigations that are needed, or at all. Communities of color have always suffered from the negative impact of the oil contaminations, all the contaminations that have been dumped in our community. Even to date, Delano has a plume with the TCE, PCE, such as other communities who already suffer from the chemicals like the 1,2,3 TCPs, arsenic, nitrates, you name it, it's already in our water. So please, let's stop taking our drinking water from the residents, from our communities, to drill these oil and gas wells. The county's environmental impact report allows oil and gas operations to steal almost 12,000 acre-feet of drinking water from people per year, which is enough to give to 23,000 households. This is unacceptable given that many people in our community of Kern County do not have access to drinking safe water at this time, which burdens our families to have to buy bottled water. Yet the environmental impact report right before you does not even include the simplest mitigation measures, such as requiring oil operators to use recycled oil
Your 2 minutes is
wastewater,
up, sir.
their own water, instead of taking fresh water. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Riddhi Patel.
Riddhi, please press *6 and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Riddhi Patel.
I myself have asthma, as well as my father with a respiratory illness, and as well as many other friends and family members. We all feel the effects of some type of respiratory illness in Kern County, and we already suffer from the effects of the existing pollution that comes from the 78,000 oil and gas wells that exist near our communities, and we should not be allowed to be sacrificed when we can clearly allow oil and gas workers a just transition and job protection if we listen to environmental justice and labor justice groups while decarbonizing the Kern County economy. But more than anything, I don't think people should have to die for this ordinance and lose their own loved ones. It's not going to be the rich white suburbs that are affected. It's Black, Latinx, and low-income communities that will be. We can provide our workers with better union jobs and not have to let our communities be sacrificed for a few rich white men, while even workers have to expose themselves to dangerous, unsafe conditions just to put food on the table. They deserve to have job protections, and our communities deserve the right to live a life without these in their backyards. Just this week, a study came out that 34,000 Californians died premature deaths because of the fossil fuel industry. That's 10 those people couldn't be there at their families' birthdays, at their children's weddings, and there to watch their kids graduate. If you choose to recommend to the Board of Supervisors to pass this ordinance, that blood is on your hands. I call on the Planning Commission to stop the passing of revisions to Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020-A, focused on oil and gas local permitting. Do better.
The next speaker is Dan Ress.
My name is and the environment. I focus on statewide oil and gas policy, but I'm here in my personal capacity as a community member living in Kern County. In my work, I've read dozens of studies about the harmful effects of oil and gas drilling for people living, working, and playing nearby. I've read about how extraction tends to happen near low-income communities of color. I've read about increases in cancer, and asthma, and heart conditions. I've read about worse perinatal outcomes, from increased preterm births to increased birth defects. That last one really sticks for me. My wife is pregnant, and as an expectant parent, I worry about increased oil and gas extraction in my community. I worry about what that might do to our child, both before and after they're born. I worry about what will happen if we decide to have another child. Only at that point, we're living next door to an oil rig. Will our child have birth defects they wouldn't have had? Will our kid get asthma, cancer? I'm worried. And the community members I speak to are worried too. The science says we should be worried, that we should have protective setbacks of at least 2,500 feet from homes, schools, and hospitals within which oil and gas extraction is prohibited. We should prioritize public health. We should prioritize our children's lives. This ordinance proposes setbacks of only 210 feet from homes and 300 feet from schools. That is ridiculous, and it may well hurt my children. Other states like Texas, Wyoming, and North Dakota all have statewide oil and gas setbacks of about 500 feet. Colorado just put in place 2,000-foot setbacks. That's almost 10 times what the county is considering. 34,000 people die every year just from particulate matter from existing oil and gas pollution in California already. Yet the county proceeds with greenlighting 40,000 oil and gas wells to join the almost 80,000 wells already here with a single environmental review. That is as dangerous as it is irresponsible. Please don't put my unborn child in harm's way. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Abbasi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is David Abbasi. I'm a former candidate for Kern County Supervisor. I know the supervisors and the planning director, and all they care about is money. Instead of destroying the environment and people's health, they should be creating a financial safety net and jobs for oil families. Oil jobs will continue to be lost in this declining industry, regardless of expansion. County officials are enriching themselves and a few others at the expense of many. This will not trickle down into our economy or create more jobs. We must stabilize our economy and diversify so we can transition oil workers who inevitably lose their jobs. County officials continue to defy court orders when it comes to various things like fast-tracking permits for new wastewater disposal wells, which contaminate the groundwater and create geo-instability leading to an increase in earthquakes, according to the USGS. Residents and farmers then pay the price with their health, lives, and livelihood. There were not any environmental impact reports, or they are not being heeded. It doesn't matter what your documents say. Wastewater injection is toxic and dangerous. It has been proven to affect Kern water quality. Planning Director Lorelei Oviatt was a defendant in one lawsuit where she was working with an oil producer and made it clear they were partners who both had a financial interest in fast-tracking 1,500 permits a year. Expansion is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. It's not going to get better and has dangerous consequences. 210 to 300-foot setback? 2 doors down from where families live and children play? What a joke. You wanted 1,500 feet to a full mile for monopolistic reasons, for cannabis permits, losing tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue. One is toxic and dangerous. The other is medicine, fuel, food, and fiber. So I oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jesus Alonso.
Jesus Alonso?
Hi, can you?
Yes, we can hear you. State your name for the record.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesus Alonso with Clean Water Action. I'm not from Sacramento. I am actually a lifelong Kern resident, and probably a lifelong Kern resident. And I'm absolutely in opposition of this ordinance. And then in both capacities as a community organizer and as a community resident, I think it's important to keep in mind the families of our communities. As it stands, the families who live near oil and gas operations already struggle with the health and financial impacts of our poor air quality, and which is one of the biggest reasons why I am in opposition of this. And with that in mind, and with COVID at our heels, it is really illogical and irresponsible to push forward an ordinance with the potential to double the number of oil and gas wells, and subsequently double the impact on our health and the health of our family. What is additionally concerning is that this ordinance lacks proper protection for the sensitive receptors in our community, completely ignoring the support and science and evidence for a 2,500-foot setback. It's odd that the oil industry is supporting this ordinance that includes a 300-foot setback when they fought tooth and nail in Arvin to ensure that the 300-foot setback did not happen.
Time warning.
And they still lost, so that was great. Yeah, and that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Myra Rios.
Myra, please press *6 and state your name for the record.
Okay, hi. My name is Myra Rios, and I'm a resident of Bakersfield, California. I'm calling in to voice my concern and oppose this ordinance, and from what I heard in the presentation, just our continued dependence on oil drilling, in particular because of the environmental and public health effects that this drilling is going to continue to have on our communities. I also want to just agree with previous commenters who have been concerned with the problematic framing of our concerns before we had an opportunity to voice them before the commission. I want to say that our community's concerns are valid concerns. The presentation tonight also acknowledged that these permits will have undisputed effects to the environment. These effects will cause irreparable harm to our air, water, soil, and public health, with, of course, poor communities and communities of color being most adversely affected by the environmental pollutants created and the poor air quality that will result. So I urge county officials to continue to work towards clean and renewable energy sources so that we can transition our economy to sustainable energy that don't put our public health at risk. It was really sobering to hear how dependent our county is on tax revenues from the oil industry with no clear path forward towards clean energy, given that there's a 15-year stabilizing period that's necessary. So I just hope that those facts and these comments that you're hearing tonight are a call to action for our elected officials to start to take action for future generations so that we can survive and thrive. Thank you.
The next speaker is Amir Neek.
We can hear you. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Amir Knight.
Please proceed.
And I'm in opposition to this ordinance. And I had a bunch of facts, figures, talking points, but I think I just want to speak to you from the heart, speak frankly, why this means so much to me. You know, I believe in God, and I fear God. And I believe we were meant to be on this earth to help protect it and guide it. And this world is showing symptoms of disease caused by fossil fuels with wildfires, droughts, and climate change. Now, I've been to Kern County, Bakersfield, Mojave, and I've done some healthcare work there. And Kern County people are the most caring people you can meet. And I don't think it's wise to put long-term growth ahead of short-term gain. It's a lot like being penny wise and dollar simple. I mean, in this industry, in this coming of age technological industry, we're not going to put the telegraph ahead of text messages. And I know the Kern County people don't like taking shortcuts, but they like to do the job by measuring it twice and only do the cutting once. Science is about objective measures. And these objective measures, these studies, every study that's ever been conducted in climate change suggest that fossil fuels are hurting this world. And I hope you would think about protecting this earth as you debate this ordinance. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
The next speaker is Julie Solis.
Julie Solis, please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Julie Solis. I am the 2020 nominated candidate for California's Assembly District 34, and I received 68,716 votes. I speak on behalf of those who voted for me to be a climate leader. We stand against oil drilling. I live in the 3rd District with my family. I'm a mother of a 22-year-old asthma sufferer. My son was diagnosed with asthma at the age of 10 months. At times, an inhaler has been his lifeline. I'm a wife to a 45-year-old cocci-meningitis sufferer. My husband has been living with valley fever in his brain for over 13 years. Air pollution from oil and gas drilling is a threat to my family's health and yours too. Californians living near oil and gas production are being exposed to toxins that are harmful and often deadly in our communities, linked to asthma, nosebleeds, respiratory issues, high-risk pregnancies, and cancer. And lately, because of a severe mismatch in supply and demand, oil and gas corporations are leaving thousands of wells unplugged in our state. This is not only dangerous for people living nearby, it is leaving our communities with a multi-billion-dollar bill for environmental cleanup. Currently, more than 2 million Californians live within 2,500 feet of an operational oil or gas well. Dangerous infrastructure that is leaking toxic chemicals and flammable gases like benzene, methane, formaldehyde into neighborhoods. People of color make up 92% of Californians who live within that mile of gas and wells and who are most burdened overall by environmental pollution.
Ms. Leisure, 2
Low-income
minutes is up.
families and communities of color suffer pollution-related health problems at disproportionate levels. Stop the proposed ordinance. Stop oil expansion. And stop invalidating our voices. We must do better. Every voice deserves to be heard. Every voice deserves to be valued. And that was disappointing that our comments were dismissed before they were even heard. But Kern County, we're on, we hear you, and we are fighting. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrea Arvalo.
Andrea Arvalo. Please state your name for the record and continue.
Yeah, Andrea Arevalo. I'm asking the Planning Commission to stop the approval of revisions to Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance, focusing on local oil and gas permits. I call upon the Board of Supervisors to reject this ordinance. Allowing big oil to continue fracking and drilling are making the climate crisis worse and will intensify the fires and heat waves already endangering the lives and livelihoods of Californians today. We have only 10 years left to cut fossil fuel emissions in half if we're trying to avoid climate catastrophe. The oil industry has turned frontline communities of color across California into sacrifice zones. We need to uplift these communities, listen to their stories as we have tonight, listen to what they need. And what that is that fracking and toxic drilling permits continue to sacrifice the health and safety of communities of color just to appease the oil industry. Like we need to end the profit, the ideology of profit over people yesterday actually. So we need to diversify economic opportunities while transitioning the county to a clean energy economy. More than 5 million Californians live less than a mile away from an active oil well. The health effects of existing or living near these oil wells and refineries are very well known, seriously harmful. We see that there's like respiratory disease and cancer. We see cancer clusters, and the majority of these communities are people of color. Frontline communities disproportionately affected than our white counterpart. We know that, in many ways, this is environmental racism and is an expression of how disposable I am seen as a person of color. California senators failed to protect Californians from the oil industry's pollution by voting against AB 345, and now you must step up.
The next speaker is Christine Harpster.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Christine Harpster. I am a law school student and I live in Los Angeles, California, the city that just beats Bakersfield for the most polluted air in the country. I stand with Kern County in opposition to the zoning ordinance revision. I'm using my time to remind the Planning Commission of the history of their power and the responsibilities that come with that power. I'm sure Supervisor Perez remembers the following Supreme Court case well. In Euclid v. Ambler Realty Company, the very power you hold today was held to be constitutional within the state police power. I'd like to quote this passage. The board is given power in specific cases of practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship to interpret the ordinance in harmony with its general purpose and intent, so that the public health, safety, and general welfare may be secure and substantial justice be done. Is there justice here? In 2018, the California legislature enacted a new mandatory element into general plan, environmental justice. Professor Kimberly Crenshaw developed a theory of intersectionality. If there was ever a glaring example, it is here. In her words, her theory is, quote, a sense of the varying ways that people experience social injustice in order to have more inclusive of their realities. It highlights aspects of discrimination that have historically made it more difficult for certain people to be seen and for their circumstances to be addressed by the law, end quote. I implore each of you to look inside your heart and educate yourself about this theory. Land use decisions are hyperlocalized, yet almost 100% of the permits approved last year were near Black and brown communities.
Time warning.
Is this zoning ordinance revision for the public health, safety, and welfare, or is it for the oil and gas industry economic safety and welfare? Thank you.
The next speaker is Rick Garcia.
Rick Garcia, please press star 6 and state your name for the record.
My name is I'm a resident of Buttonwillow, California, a western Kern County community adjacent to the large Elk Hills oil field. And I'm here in support of the SREIR. I know there's an effort by existing state administration to reduce in-state petroleum production. It makes more sense, actually, to do the opposite. Electric cars, hybrid cars, solar energy are all great and needed, but we need more California oil as a transition fuel to these cleaner technologies. We need more California oil to reduce, yes, reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. Less oil from overseas coming in on tankers. We need it to protect our shorelines and associated wildlife and recreation. Again, less oil coming in from overseas. We need it for the good paying jobs and professions it creates, and for the thousands of connected businesses that rely on oil production for their success. Many of these businesses, like ours, are women-owned and minority-owned companies that depend on it for our livelihood. We also need it for the state revenues generated to fund our schools and first responders, to support, fund, and preserve endangered species conservation lands, valuable habitats, our state parks, and scenic wildlands. In closing, a very important point, the state mandates do not take into account the effect on the people living below the poverty line. That is the people that restrictions on oil production will hit the hardest. The folks that can't afford expensive energy to heat their homes or expensive energy to transport them from job to job. So approval of the EIR is a must. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Greg Gutierrez.
Greg Gutierrez, please press star 6 and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Greg Gutierrez, and I am the Government Affairs Chairman for the Associated Builders and Contractors and the CEO of Truett. I am here today to speak in support of the Oil and Gas Environmental Impact Report. The oil and gas industry has given me opportunity I would not have anywhere else for upward mobility in the 15 years I have been in the industry. The same goes for the other thousands of people we have employed throughout the years, including those in underserved areas of our county. I often hear from outsiders and people who have never stepped foot on an oil and gas lease how dirty production is. Little do they know we have so many rules and regulations to comply with, we actually produce a very clean product and very environmentally conscious. It is with counties like Kern that have led the way to showcase our environmental care, and the EIR disseminates this. The reality is we need oil and gas no matter what unrealistic deadlines are in place. By supporting the EIR, we are committing to producing clean energy in our own backyard where our neighbors get the economic benefits. When will we recognize the benefits of producing clean energy in our state compared to importing dirty energy from other places? We make energy happen cleaner, safer, and benefit the community with jobs and opportunities. In closing, I urge your commission to pass the Kern County Oil and Gas EIR. By doing so, you will ensure that our industry will continue to operate clean production in Kern County and reap the benefits. Thank you.
The next speaker is Caesar Aguirre.
Caesar Aguirre, please press star 6 and state your name for the record. Caesar Aguirre. Caesar Aguirre, please press star 6 and state your name for the record. Last call, Caesar Aguirre.
Hello.
Hello, Caesar Aguirre.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Hi, thank you. My name is Cesar Aguirre. I'm a resident of Kern, CESARAGUIRRE. Part of the definition of environmental justice is to make sure that environmental justice communities are involved in the decision-making process. Your lack of translated materials previous to this meeting shows me that you have no intention of including me or my neighbors in the decision-making process. Frontline communities are also capable of understanding misinformation and disinformation. Knowing the science and polluters that live near us makes us more informed than anyone on the urgency to stop depending on oil. If we have the oil industry to thank for our education and tax in Kern, then we have the oil industry to thank for Kern having one of the largest portions of people with no schooling at 22% and an average school ranking of 2 out of 10, and no raises for Kern employees for the last 10 years. This is not safe and it's not respectable to the people that live in Kern. Also, the fact that there is no contamination to the water is a blatant lie. Reports show that the State Water Resource Board found chemicals detected at elevated levels, including arsenic, barium, and boron. And this was reported after a recent increase in hydraulic fracturing near the protected groundwater in California. On top of that, a 2016 study showed that oil wastewater was injected near the White Wolf fault line and was very likely the cause of a cluster of earthquakes. This is not safe. We do not lead environmental stewardship. We have a laughable 210 setback distance from something that was based on science from 1986. We have come far since then. As a matter of fact, Exxon was one of the first companies to find out about the effects that oil and gas had on climate change and did nothing except for hide it. They are irresponsible.
Time warning.
An example of this is that the Cimmerick oil spill happened since 2003, and rather than mitigate it, they benefited from it by making a concrete pool.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Companies in Kern are responsible for the PM 2.5 in Kern, and this is not safe. Our dependence will make a more urgent transition down the road more costly and painful for the Kern economy. But this may not happen while you serve. The detachment of the
Caesar, please wrap
consequences
up
from
your
your
comments.
destructive decision will allow the oil industry to run rampant under no reviews, shows me you do not care about health. And I will repeat myself in Spanish as per your lack of language access to Latino community, which makes up the majority
Your time
of
is up,
Kern
sir.
here. So I will repeat myself in Spanish. Should I not repeat myself in Spanish? Are you going to disrespect the Spanish speakers on the call?
Your 2 minutes is up, sir.
Okay, so parte de la definición de
Staff,
la
please
justicia
mute his
ambiental
mic.
es para asegurar.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gustavo Aguirre Jr.
Gustavo, please press *6 and state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Gustavo Aguirre Jr. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
How's it going? This is Gustavo Aguirre Jr., the Kern County Coordinator for Central California Environmental Justice Network. It's just very concerning that Cesar was not able to translate. Is there someone that is translating to the folks on the phone that are in Spanish?
Yes, there is. And we also have a translator in the audience for Spanish speakers presenting on the phone.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So first of all, I am not a California native. I'm not a Bakersfield native, although I've been living here for only 18 years and raised and had 2 children here. I want to speak as a member of the community, as a member of the environmental justice movement. I want to start off with saying, Mrs. Lore, like some of your statements are very concerning. The fact that this only would affect unincorporated communities, that statement alone is very worrisome, because we know exactly who live in these unincorporated communities, and in these communities like Lost Hills, these communities like Lamont, we know exactly who lives there. And so that statement is very concerning. The statement around water contamination, Mrs. Lore, you should check with your friends at WISPA. The president and CEO of WISPA, Ms. Kathy Regis Boyd, and myself both sit on 2 independent governmental review panels, one on air quality and one on water quality. SB 83 Underground Injection Control Review Panel, which Juan Flores is also part of. I think you need to check your facts on whether or not the oil and gas industry has polluted our water. Unless, part of the vast majority of the practices that happen here, which is steam, irrigation, flooding, underground injection, And the vast majority of underground injection that goes back into our aquifers, exempt or not exempt, those cases are true. I greatly oppose this, and I am very concerned with the future and the dependency and enslavement of the oil and gas industry in our economy. And so with that, I want to close that and raise great concern and opposition to this fact that we're doing here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Stokey.
Jeff Stokey, *6, and state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Stokes. I've been a resident of Kern County for over 35 years. And I was just calling in to show that I fully support the ordinance and the oil and gas industry. I keep hearing from previous callers about how the oil industry is a dying industry, when in fact, that's probably the furthest thing from the truth. I've built a career in this industry as a welder. This isn't a job for me. It's a career. Like thousands of others in this industry, our livelihood depends on this ordinance. I also keep hearing that we need to transition to clean energy jobs, that we as oil workers need to find new clean energy jobs, when in fact, the clean green energy jobs, they're just not there. They're not existent. Myself, along with hundreds and thousands of others, were laid off back in March of 2020 when the oil prices had crashed. So it's been almost a year, and for me, coming as a welder in the oil fields, I have yet still to find a job. It's tough. The fact that close to 95% of the oil fields here in Kern County are located in rural areas, people are worried about the zoning and the oil wells near homes and schools and stuff like that. But the majority of our oil fields are located in rural areas. There's been extensive research on the environmental impact with the oil and gas industry, which is why we have the restrictions we have today. And the county is heavily funded by the oil industry. And without the oil industry, the county would crumble.
Time warning.
Thousands of families will be left without anything. This simply isn't a job that we go to. It's a career that we all have. So I fully show the support for the ordinance.
Madam Chair, there was one name on our list that we called and the person did not respond, so I'll give one more chance to Bridget Beard to make her statement.
Bridget Beard, are you on the line now? Bridget Beard, if so, press *6. Bridget Beard. Okay, we'll move on.
Madam Chair, there are also a few names that have registered, but I do not see that their phone numbers are signed into the hearing, but I will call their name and give them a chance. If they are on, can they please respond? The first name is Eric Oriena.
Please press *6 if you're on the line.
The next person is Gordon Nip. The next person is Tim Prado. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes the members of the public that registered to speak in that portion.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, what is your name?
Tim Prado.
Okay, Tim, go ahead and proceed and state your name for the record.
Okay. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tim Prado. I am one of 5 directors for the Lamont Public Utilities District. I am here to voice my opinion against this ordinance. Like many communities in Kern, Lamont is a disadvantaged community that has water that contains TCP-123 and arsenic. For the past few years, it's been expensive to our residents to protect them from this cause that naturally occurs from oil drilling. And while I know that the county needs sales tax to run its business, I'm appalled that they rather sell the life livelihoods of communities like mine for a little tax money. And I am here to oppose you and ask you to not move forward with this ordinance because you endanger the underground aquifers that my community relies for drinking water.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, there's one more name that I would like to call, Kimberly Gia. Okay, and with that, that concludes the list of registered participants.
Hello?
Hi, Kimberly?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us? Kimberly?
It appears that is the line for Bridget Beard.
Bridget? Is this Bridget Beard? Press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Bridget Beard, *6 and state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, her line is unmuted, but it just appears that we cannot hear her.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, we will move on to the voicemails, seeing no other callers.
Before we do that, Madam Chair, this entire meeting has been translated in Spanish, and our translator could use a 5-minute break, and we may be able to switch our translators. So before we move on to the voice calls portion of the public comment period, I'd ask that we take a 5-minute recess so that our translator can take a break and we can switch up the individual who is providing that service.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, we have reconvened the meeting. We have a few questions regarding process tonight, so I want to make sure we clear them up. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Murphy to kind of walk us through what the remaining of the evening could look like.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of your commission. So we have concluded the comments for those individuals who requested to speak to your commission directly. We have approximately, I don't have the number exactly, 107, 106 voice messages that have been left that we are prepared to play for your commission. The first 6 or so are in Spanish, and so what we will do is we will play that single message, and then we will have our translator translate that message into English for us. Once we get through those submitted voice messages that were in Spanish, we will then begin the process of playing the messages and voice messages that were in English. And so, again, we will go through those messages. I believe it's probably appropriate. Your commission had indicated, and our agenda had indicated, that we're going to try to go till about 11 o'clock. I would recommend that about 10:45, we determine where your commission is, and we can see exactly how many more messages we have left to play, and then your commission can determine whether or not you wanted to finish those messages tonight, or whether you wanted to stop and continue and then pick up again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. like we indicated on our agenda with those messages, any remaining messages that we have.
Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please proceed with playing the voicemails.
I'd like to ask Liz Camdella to come back to the podium to translate the following voice messages that were left in Spanish.
Buenas tardes, soy Jesús Alonso, ando llamando en contra de este ordenanza del petróleo, porque pues aquí yo soy de la comunidad de La Mon, aquí siempre he vivido y tengo miedo que duplicando el número de pozos petroleros nomás nos va a dañar más, no solo mi salud, pero la salud de mis hijos. Y en estos momentos de COVID es algo que no podemos arriesgar. Gracias.
Madam Chair, you could barely hear him. It's mumbling. I don't know if they want to replay it again.
We can replay it.
Sí, mi nombre es Francisco Díaz. Vivo en Los Angeles, California. Buenas tardes, soy Jesús Alonso. Ando llamando en contra de este ordenanza del petróleo, porque pues aquí yo soy de la comunidad de La Mon, aquí siempre he vivido y tengo miedo que duplicando el número de pozos petroleros nomás nos va a dañar más, no solo mi salud, pero la salud de mis hijos. Y en estos momentos de COVID es algo que no podemos arriesgar. Gracias.
So the first one was Francisco from Lost Hills, and there was very bits and pieces that he was against it. There was another one with Alonso. He's against it. He's lived and he's had complicated health. Those were the only two that I picked up on with the names.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es José Amador, Joseamador. Soy residente de Arvin. No estoy de acuerdo en que se hagan más pozos petroleros en nuestro condado. La razón es porque científicamente se ha comprobado que contaminan nuestra tierra, aire y agua. Y lo más grande es nuestra salud. En mi comunidad, el factor de muerte número 1 es el cáncer, el asma y deformación en los nacimientos. Por eso es que no queremos más perforaciones en nuestro condado. Gracias.
My name is Jose. I am from Arvin. I am against the oil drill welling. I have been living in this county, and there has been proof that there is contamination not only in the soil, the water, and in the air. I am speaking on behalf of my community. This affects my health. There are other factors as well as cancer, asthma, deformation, birth defects. So I am against the additional wells for drilling. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa Luque, Luque, y estoy hoy en representación llamando de la ciudad de Arvin y pertenezco al Comité por un Arvin Mejor. Quiero decir que no estoy de acuerdo con la apertura de nuevos pozos petroleros ni con los que ya están abiertos, porque está comprobado que esto afecta a nuestra salud, afecta a nuestro planeta, afecta el aire, afecta el agua. Nos está costando mucho recuperarnos del COVID. Cuesta mucho tener los pulmones fuertes en esta ciudad porque está muy contaminada, y la existencia de estos pozos afecta a las comunidades menos privilegiadas, a la gente pobre, afecta a la ecología, al clima, a la agricultura. Y nosotros deseamos vivir en un pueblo que esté con el aire limpio y que podamos sentirnos que podemos vivir felices acá. No queremos tanto bienestar económico como el bienestar de nuestro planeta y de los seres humanos que vivimos en esta ciudad. Muchas gracias por todo.
My name is Teresa Luque. I am calling from Arvin. I am part of the Better Committee for Arvin. I am against the new wells, and in fact, I am against the old wells as well. I want better health for us, our planet, our air, water. It's already difficult for us to recover from this COVID. It's very difficult to maintain, strong lungs. And I understand that they want to do this for income, but it also hurts underprivileged communities, our agriculture. I just want us to have clean air, live happy, and have great health. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Celia Costa y estoy hablando porque no apoyo la ordenanza de los petróleos porque es un dañino para nuestra salud. Tenemos muchos niños con asma y personas adultas. Gracias.
So I couldn't get her name, but she was against the ordinance because of the health and the asthma factors.
Can we replay the beginning to catch her name?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Celia Costa y estoy hablando porque no apoyo la ordenanza de los petróleos porque es un dañino para nuestra salud. Tenemos muchos niños con asma y personas adultas. Gracias.
I believe her name was Celia Acosta.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Estela Escoto y vivo en la ciudad de Arvin. Soy miembro del Comité para un Arvin Mejor. Estoy llamando porque estoy en contra de que pase esta ordenanza, donde quieren poner más de 67,000 pozos de petróleo y gas. Ya que aquí en mi comunidad estamos día a día luchando con tanta contaminación que ya tenemos por tantos pozos de petróleo y gas. que hay dentro y fuera de nuestras comunidades. Tenemos muchos problemas de salud a causa de tanta contaminación. Y ahora quieren poner esta ordenanza. Les pido que piensen un poco en sus familias y en nuestras familias, ya que todos vivimos aquí, en estas comunidades, y tenemos derecho de respirar un aire más limpio para todos. Gracias.
Yes, good morning. My name is Estela Ostogo. I live in Arvin. I'm part of the Better Committee for Arvin. I am against this ordinance. I found out that you guys want to approve this ordinance for 67,000 wells. You know, it's already hard to live day by day in this community with so much contamination. You know, we want good health, but it's very difficult. Think of our family and think of your family and think of our family and our community. We have the right to breathe in clean air. Thank you.
Sí, mi nombre es Francisco Díaz. Vivo en Los Ríos, California. Estoy a contra de más perforaciones por nuestro bien de nuestra comunidad y de nuestros seres queridos. Gracias.
My name is Francisco Aguirre. I live in Lost Hills, and I am against this.
Mi nombre es Eugenia Rodríguez. Vivo en Los Ríos y no apoyo la ordenanza de petróleo porque es un gran peligro para nuestra salud.
So my name is Yesenia Rodriguez. I live in Los Hills, and I do not support this ordinance because of our health.
Mi nombre es Judith Bernardino y soy de Los Ríos y estoy en contra de más pozos petroleros por la contaminación en los aires y porque hay mucha contaminación para nuestra salud. También pues hay muchas personas enfermas por toda esta contaminación. Gracias.
Yes, my name is Judith. I live in Los Hills. I am against more oil wells due to the contamination in the air, due to the contamination in our health. There are so many sick people because of the contamination. Thank you.
Buenos días, soy Agustín Bernardino de la comunidad del Comité de los Ríos en Acción. Que no estaría yo de acuerdo, no estoy de acuerdo en que se abran más pozos por el simple hecho de que hay tanta contaminación en el medio ambiente por mucha asma y mucho enfermedades. Y no estoy de acuerdo que se hagan más pozos.
My name is Agustin Bernardino. I am from Lost Hills. I'm part of the committee. I don't agree with more oil wells. There's too much contamination in the environment, such as due to asthma. There's asthma, other illnesses. I don't agree with more oil wells. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is the last voice message that we had in Spanish.
Okay. It looks like an individual that had called in earlier is now back on the line, and so I was going to give her the opportunity to speak since she had called in earlier prior to closing that portion of the hearing unless any commissioners had opposition. Okay, seeing none, then we're going to allow Kimberly Gilia to speak for 2 minutes, *6, and state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record. Kimberly?
Kimberly, you've remuted your phone. Can you please dial *6 again to open your line?
Kimberly, please press *6 to unmute your line. Kimberly, one more time. *6 to unmute your line so we can hear you. And you might be muted on your own phone, so you might try to check your phone to make sure you're not muted on your own phone. You are unmuted on our side.
Her line is now showing as muted. So if she would like to speak, she'll need to dial *6 and then make her statement. Kimberly, your line is now open on our side. Please make your statement. And it's closed again.
Okay, technical difficulties. Kimberly, press *6 and go ahead and state your name. Kimberly, one more time. You're still muted.
Her line is showing as open.
Okay, Kimberly, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and proceed.
My name is Kimberly Gila, Gila. I'm a California native, and I'm a volunteer with Sierra Club, and I stand with the people in Kern County. I oppose the measure. It's a contamination of disaster that might go in the water line. I mean, you know, the water. And also, Kern County, Bakersfield area is heavily polluted. My name is Kimberly Gila, Gila.
Okay, thank you. Kimberly, are you finished with your comments?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. And also, the need now is for renewable resources, clean energy. That could bring clean energy jobs, and that could still help the people with jobs, for clean energy jobs. Thank you for having me call back.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the voicemails.
Okay, we can now start playing the remainder of our voicemails. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Nettles from Oakland, California, and I'm just calling to oppose the new drilling program that you are about to vote on, because it will negatively impact people of color in Kern County, and most of the drilling and such take place in communities of color and pollutes their air as well as their water. Please, since oil is going down, oil use is going down, and green is the way of the future, and green, it helps promote climate improvement, would you vote against the new drilling for oil and gas in Kern County? Thank you. Again, I'm Carolyn Nettles in Oakland, California. Blessings. Goodbye.
Rosanna Esparza, PhD. First name Rosanna, last name Esparza. Kern County, California. I'm calling because I think that adding an additional 78,000 wells to an already overburdened environment is the quickest way to do away with more individuals. It's a threat to our public health. It's a stain on the administration and the people that are elected to govern. And it tells us that the commission has not a clue of what the importance and the value is to human life. Certainly, it isn't an additional 78,000 oil and gas wells polluting our air, being a blight on our environment, and causing a great deal of harm.
My name is Lupe Martinez, Lupe.
Martinez. I'm representing my family, my grandkids, my family, and other families in Delano, and those who are not going to be able to participate. We are totally against this ordinance from the beginning and to date. We question this environmental impact report that is flawed and cannot be allowed to move forward. Communities of color have always suffered from the negative impacts of all the contaminations and everything that is dumped on the communities. Delano has a plume, PCE, just like other communities already suffer from the chemicals, like 1,2,3-TCP, arsenic, nitrates, you name it, it is in our water. Stop taking drinkable water from residents to drill oil and gas wells. We do not want this. The county's environmental impact report allows oil and gas operations to steal almost 12,000 acre-feet of drinking water from people per year. This is enough for 23,000 households. This is unacceptable given that many people in my community, and I live in Kern County, do not have access to safe drinking water. Yet the environmental impact report before you does not even include the simplest mitigation measures, such as recurring oil operators to use recycled wastewater instead of taking fresh drinking water from our people, our communities who are already suffering in that city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Woody Hastings, Energy Program Manager with the Climate Center. We are a statewide nonprofit organization working on climate policy, delivering greenhouse gas reductions at speed and scale. We are in opposition to the proposed ordinance that would expand oil and gas drilling in California, and the world is in the midst of a climate crisis, and we must cease extraction of fossil fuels and begin a just transition for workers and communities away from the fossil fuels into a clean world, clean energy world. So please do not adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sergio Sanchez, S-E-R-G-I-O, Sanchez, S-A-N-C-H-E-Z. To residents of the Central Valley of California. It's something where I understand that there's oil jobs bring, of course, the private economy, but I think we can have a future with green jobs, a lot of electric jobs, a lot of jobs that connect more with the long term. Oil is going to be short. Not only that, of course, the air pollution that contributes to our valley. I want to see bright futures for jobs, the values for future generations. I don't know if oil and gas is going to help that future. Again, my name is Sergio Sanchez. I belong to Central Valley of California. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Rodrigo Orozco, and I ask the Planning Commission to stop the approval of revisions to Title 19, Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020/A, focusing on local oil and gas permits. Toxic chemicals from permitting oil and gas wells will harm my family, and I feel the catalyst for the rapid environmental degradation and accelerate climate change. These toxic chemicals will pollute the air we breathe and the water we drink. They must consider and invest in sustainable solutions such as green jobs as we move into the future. I am opposed to the pollution of our air and water that will lead to passage of this ordinance. I am opposed to the negative health effects that will be caused as a result of this action. I oppose this ordinance.
This is David Abbasi, A-B-B-A-S-I. I live in Bakersfield. I'm calling to oppose the expansion and or doubling of oil permits and wells. Unfortunately, this will not trickle down to more jobs, as jobs will continue to be lost
regardless in the declining oil industry. So these wells will only make a few people money.
Hi, my name is Ann Dorsey, ANNDORSEY, and I'm calling to ask the Kern County Planning Commission to not approve the 67,000 proposed new oil and gas wells. I'm deeply concerned about the effects of climate change, and the addition of these wells will make climate change worse, and also the fact that it's on agricultural lands. There's a shortage of agricultural lands, and we need to protect those. So please vote no for the new oil and gas wells. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Holloway, CHERYLHOLLOWAY. I'm calling to say that, yes, I do oppose the current oil ordinance because more oil drilling is going to harm our air, and also it's really bad for public health. I mean, the fossil fuels is creating the climate change, and with the oil drilling, you continue to do that. I mean, there are so many obsolete, out-of-use drills. I don't know how else to say it. Throughout the county already. Why destroy more land? It's just absurd. It can only reflect greed. And people or businesses without compassion or empathy for the environment and its people.
Hello, my name is Charlie Baker. I'm in Wofford Heights, and I'm calling to oppose any more oil drilling or development in Kern County. We need to move forward with more green industries and stop all this oil drilling. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Faith Bradham, SAITHBRADHAM. I live in Bakersfield, and I am against the oil and gas ordinance and would hope that y'all would vote no. I already am suffering the ill effects of living around so much air pollution as a result of the oil and gas that we rely on so heavily here in Kern County. This has to tell me that I will eventually need to move for my own health, for the effects that it has done on my lungs, the bad air quality that we live in. So I would definitely urge y'all to vote against this. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Emily Parker. That's spelled EMILYPARKER. And I'm speaking out against the new planned ordinance for Kern County to allow additional oil drilling and oil wells. I'm deeply concerned about this project due to air pollution from the oil and gas drilling that is a huge threat to the families of Kern County. While I'm not a resident of Kern County, I live in Los Angeles. I am also deeply concerned that the passing of this ordinance would set a precedent for the rest of the state of California to green light dangerous oil and gas drilling projects, when what we really need is to invest in good-paying green jobs and a just transition away from fossil fuels and a fossil fuel-driven economy. I'm deeply concerned about the contribution to climate change that is caused by drilling and burning of fossil fuels and the toxic wastewater from these drilling enterprises that is used for irrigating crops, which is a huge health risk to the local community and to the rest of California. Finally, this issue is one of environmental justice. In the state of California, people of color make up 92% of those who live within a mile of oil and gas wells and who are the most burdened overall by environmental pollution. Where I live in Los Angeles, this remains true as we have the largest urban oil drilling field in the entire country. Again, please oppose this new ordinance to set the precedent that this is not the way forward for fossil fuels in the state of California. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Gail Fieldgrove, Fielegrove. I live in Bakersfield, have for 70 years. I am opposed to more oil and gas drilling because of our terrible air quality in the county. Seems to be getting worse. I think climate change is compounding that with all of the forest fires. We don't need to add anything else to it. We need to turn to green energy alternatives. Please do not vote for the oil and gas drilling. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Joanne Hamilton, JoanneHamilton. I live in Bakersfield. I've lived here 50 years, and I really do not want more gas and oil drilling in Kern County. I believe it's very bad for the environment, very bad for native animals and our birds, everything, and also our health. And I believe we should not do this. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ashley McClure. My last name is McClure. I'm a primary care physician in California and a member of Climate Health Now. I'm calling to express my significant concerns about the zoning ordinance revisions 2020A being proposed. The evidence and the science shows very clearly that extracting and burning oil and gas is extremely harmful to our health. These health harms are severe and long-lasting, and the harms of oil extraction hurts people of color, people with pre-existing chronic diseases, people who are more vulnerable in general, children, elderly, more than people with privilege. This is very much a health equity issue. Kern County already produces the majority of California's fossil fuels, and advancing to expand the number of oil wells will absolutely worsen public health in a way that worsens health equity. So we need solutions for a safer, cleaner, healthier future, and now is the time to do the right thing politically. So please oppose this ordinance in the interest of public health and especially the health of our children. Again, this is Dr. Ashley McClure, McClure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nina Mohan, NEENAMOHAN, calling on behalf of the California Environmental Justice Alliance, or CEJA. We are a statewide alliance of grassroots environmental justice organizations across California, including membership in Kern County and the broader Central Valley. We are calling on the Planning Commission to recommend rejecting the reckless proposed oil and gas ordinance, which will rapidly increase oil and gas permitting without proper review, further impacting the health and lives of Kern's already over-pollution-burdened residents. This is especially concerning in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, as numerous studies evidence the connections between poor air quality exposure to increased risk of morbidity from the virus. Passing this ordinance would wrongly signal continuing to rely on a dangerous and failing industry, rather than planning for a just economic transition from fossil fuels that Kern communities demand. This is a racial justice issue, a climate issue, a health issue, an economic issue, and therefore a moral issue. Please do the right thing and recommend rejecting this reckless proposed oil and gas ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Figuera, and I'm from Merced, California in the Central Valley. I do not want more oil drilling in Kern County because low-income communities of color are already harmed daily by fossil fuel pollution. If passed, this ordinance would increase air and water pollution experienced by these communities, and numerous studies show a direct link between oil and gas production and a wide range of adverse health impacts, especially on top of COVID, which is a respiratory disease. Kern County's approach to streamlining oil and gas drilling is unacceptable. It favors petroleum industry profits at the expense of public health. The proposed ordinance would clear the way for the placement of 67,000 new oil and gas wells on agricultural land that helps feed the entire country. Thank you.
Hi, this is Obi Nasik, KOBINASECK. I'm calling from North Oakland to oppose the new drilling ordinance in Kern County. I'm calling because the air pollution that would be added by having so many more drilling sites in Kern County impacts all of us now, especially during a pandemic that's tied to respiratory health. Furthermore, this ordinance would be disastrous for California, which is already ravaged by climate change and wildfires every single year. I'm hoping that Kern County will invest in good paying green jobs and a just transition that are safer for everyone in the state. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Mahoney, C-Y-N-C-H-I-A, Mahoney, M-A-H-O-N-E-Y. I'm a doctor, and I do not want more oil drilling, period. I live in Danville, California. As a physician, I am dedicated to preserving health and preventing harm. So I was devastated when I first started hearing young patients talk about planning to not have children because of the climate crisis. This is a human health crisis and a mental health crisis, and it is preventable. Our youth know we are not safeguarding their future. It is urgent that we change course. Extracting and burning fossil fuels is just not safe. The health harms are too great. Climate change is accelerating faster than expected. We feel it here in California in the toxic smoke of wildfires and see it in the eerie orange skies of September 2020. New evidence recently published in 2019 by the National Academies of Science shows that fossil fuel pollution right now is twice as damaging as previously known, impacting us from before birth to old age. It affects nearly every organ system, not just the asthma, cancer, heart attacks, and strokes we've known about, but also reproductive harm and neurologic diseases like ADD, learning disorders, dementia. This harm requires a rapid transition to a clean energy economy and clean jobs. Fast-tracking 67,000 wells, as this ordinance would do, is not consistent with preserving health. It would nearly double current production, bypass our ability to assess safety based on the evolving knowledge of harms, and lock us into fossil fuel infrastructure that our planetary home cannot sustain and California.
Hello, my name is Fabiola. It's spelled Fabiola, and I live in Bakersfield. I grew up in Wasco, California, and Delano, California as well. When I was little, my earliest memories were me coughing myself to tears and to sleep with my mom fretting over me with an iron and cloths, heating up cloths to put on my chest, rubbing vapor rub on me, making sure that I wasn't, worried about me, that I was going to die because I was coughing so bad. In my family smoked. Air pollution is a real thing, and both of my parents being immigrants, obviously we're part of those communities that are most affected by this type of pollution. I'm calling here to ask the Planning Committee to stop the zoning ordinance 2020-8, focusing on local and gas permits. Toxic chemicals from community oil and gas wells will harm my family and other families combined and act as a catalyst for rapid environmental degradation and accelerate climate change. This is completely unacceptable. We already produce most of California's oil that gets pumped out of the ground. These toxic chemicals will continue to pollute the air that we breathe and the water that we drink. We must consider investing in sustainable solutions like green jobs and education if we are to move forward in the future. I am opposed to the pollution of our air and water.
Hello, my name is Lucy Clark. That's Luclark, and I live in the foothills near Granite Station. I am calling asking you to reject the oil and gas ordinance, the reworked one. I
I have adult onset asthma. I've lived in Kern County, first in Delano, and now up here for 46 years. And I have to breathe steroids twice a day in order to remain alert and in order to, be awake. I worry about children's lungs, everybody's lungs. On a not so selfish point, I'm very worried about the future of this planet. I am elderly, but there are a lot of people who are younger, and people are having children, and I'm afraid the planet will not be able to sustain people in the way that we have been sustained. Thank you so much.
My name is Isabel Ayala, ISADEL. Last name is AYALA. I oppose the current oil ordinance because more drilling will harm our air and our public health and our water supply. I live in Shafter, and the water in Shafter has cancer-causing properties, which I believe are due to the oil drilling and the fracking. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Eric Setnarski, CETNARSKI. I'm a resident of the Mojave Desert, the Northern Mojave area, and I am really much against additional wells. The smoke is coming over the Tehachapi Range now. The pollution is bad. I'm concerned about the health and well-being of people in Bakersfield and Tehachapi, and then maybe even into the desert. There's so many opportunities with different types of energy, so why not do some solar or something that's cleaner? And let's make some jobs that people will want to come to, and let's clean up the air in Bakersfield, because nobody's going to want to move to Bakersfield with crappy air and an unhealthy city. So let's do this right for everybody over in the Mojave Desert and everybody over in the Central Valley. And, so please consider not approving these permits, and let's move on and do something different and be a good region with better jobs and better air, because the air is really bad.
Hi, my name is Landon Temple, Landon, Temple, Teppel, and I live in Lebec, California, and Kern County. I'm leaving this comment because I oppose additional oil and gas expansion in Kern County, particularly because of the pollution to air quality as well as the emission of greenhouse gases that cause climate change. Finally, I believe the path forward for our county focuses on renewable energy as well as green jobs that are sustainable, that provide to the welfare and well-being of our citizens, and address some of the inequalities and environmental justice issues that we have today that affect citizens located in many communities across our county. Finally, I have concern regarding water quality, particularly with fracking and some of the chemicals and compounds used to dissolve and affect the rock formations. We already see this in our water quality, and it's imperative that going forward, knowing that we'll be hotter and drier, as well as the impact it has on our agricultural sector, that we address this and take initiative now and not continue down a path that leads us into a more challenging predicament. Thanks for taking my comment. Bye.
Hi, my name is Christine, and I am calling to let you know that I personally oppose the new drilling ordinance that is going to add additional oil and gas wells, which would be a public health disaster for local residents in Kern County. And I would like to share with you why this is important to me. First of all, the air pollution from the oil and gas drilling is a threat to families' health in Kern County. I'm also concerned about and to individuals' health as well, and I am concerned about climate change caused by drilling and burning fossil fuels. And I also would like to see Kern County invest in green jobs, good-paying green jobs that are safer for families and the community. Thank you for your support and for your time today, and I hope that you will oppose this measure, this new drilling ordinance, for the good of individuals and families in Kern County. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Shayla Abdullah. You can spell that Shella. I currently reside in Merced, California. I'm here to speak against greenlighting 67,000 plus oil and gas wells in Kern County. I believe that if this ordinance is passed, this would increase air and water pollution experienced by these communities. We must protect the prime agricultural land. This is ridiculous. This is far beyond what should be happening. We should be finding new sustainable renewable energy sources, and I believe there should be a stop to this.
Hi, my name is Brian Forney. That's BRIANFORNEY. I live in Mountain View, California. I'm calling in regards to the Kern County oil and gas proposed ordinance. I am concerned about this ordinance and what it may do in terms of the amount of fossil fuels that it may allow to be burned, because more will be pumped out of the ground. I believe that climate change is a concerning issue for everyone, and that it will have impacts on people in Kern County and outside of the county. The oil and gas that is pumped out of the ground in Kern County that could be from this proposed ordinance will be burned in other parts of the state, the country, and possibly even the world. So it does have a wide-ranging impact. I also think that the county would benefit more from thinking about long-term jobs that are going to be beneficial to the residents of the county that do not involve oil and gas, which seems to be in decline. Thank you.
This is Andrew Honig, ANDREWHONIG. I oppose the ordinance allowing 67,000 new oil and gas wells in Kern County. The air is bad enough as it is. We just cannot afford to expand, but the extraction of fossil fuels, we need to stress alternative energy, solar, and wind. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Andrew Reich, and a resident of Los Angeles. I do recreate in Kern County frequently. I'm calling in opposition to any further oil and gas development in Kern County. The fossil fuel age is coming to an end, and to continue to burden low-income communities of color with the daily harms of fossil fuel pollution is immoral. Kern County's approach to streamlining this drilling is unacceptable, financially unsound, and like I said, it is wrong to continue to cause these health harms to low-income communities of color. I appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling to make public comment. My name is Alyssa Bell, ALYSSA, Bell, B as in boy, ELL, and I live in Los Angeles. I'm calling to say I strongly oppose new oil and gas wells in Kern County. The reason for my opposition is twofold. For one, it is always frontline communities of color who are the most disadvantaged among us who experience the worst of the health impacts. That it's not only those frontline communities, it's all of us who have small children here in Southern California. Like myself, I'm the mother of a 5-year-old, and I am really outraged and horrified and frustrated by the kind of air he has to breathe. And I am a person who, if I decided to move for better air for my child, I could, but so many among us can't. And we should be making decisions for them and with all of our children on our minds and in our hearts, and I hope you'll do the same.
The second is it's time for California and for the world, but California in particular, to lead in transitioning away from fossil fuels and getting us a green economy that works, creates good jobs for those who need them, and also make sure that we're not contributing to the climate crisis. We're working to solve it. So I hope that you will listen, and thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Elena Mackay. It's spelled E-L-E-N-A. My last name is M-A-C, capital K-I-E, and I live in Sunnyvale, California. So I'm calling to speak out against the oil and gas expansion ordinance in Kern County. Even though I don't live in Kern County, I know that air pollution and climate change don't know those boundaries. This issue is important to me because my grandmother has a very serious lung disease, and with air pollution increasing, it's getting harder and harder for her to breathe on a daily basis, and she almost had to go to the hospital several times this summer with wildfires, which have a direct, cause of climate change and increased oil and gas drilling.
Hi, my name is Tyler Chin. I am with Sunrise Movement, Kern County. I'm asking the Planning Commission of Kern County to stop the approval of revisions to Title 19, Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020-A, focusing on local oil and gas permits. Toxic chemicals from oil and gas wells will harm Black and brown communities the most and act as a catalyst for rapid environmental degradation and accelerate climate change. Those toxic chemicals, such as benzene, which are emitted during extraction of oil and gas, will pollute the air and pollute the water. And, we shouldn't be approving more oil and gas. We should be investing in clean, renewable energy instead. This ordinance would devastate Kern County's agriculture, the people's health, the environment, wildlife, the local economy. Climate change already worsened. Wildfires are burning down Kern County, and more oil drilling will make the future far worse in regards to climate change impacts such as wildfires, and those impacts will be felt the most on frontline vulnerable communities. I strongly oppose this ordinance. Please vote so that we have a future, not so that we can give some oil companies a couple more dollars, okay? We need to be sustainable here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riddhi Patel, and I'm calling because seeing this week's coverage of this ordinance hurts. The portrayal that environmentalists are arguing that this would have horrible impacts in Kern is frustrating. It's not arguing, it's factual information. We expect our local news to give us the truth. But I was born and raised here in Bakersfield. I know that this is the narrative that I learned growing up as well, that environmentalists want to hurt oil and gas workers. But it isn't true. This speaks to a larger problem in Kern County of elected officials and people in power trying to pit working class people against each other, because it means we won't rise up against them. Also, being born and raised here means I have friends and family that work in the oil and gas industry. I know for a fact that they need job protection. To my oil and gas workers that are here today, remember that elected officials will throw us, the working class, under the bus regardless of who we are. Less than 2 months ago, my Congressman, Kevin McCarthy, couldn't bother to pick up a phone over the course of 4 days to vote for $2,000 checks for your family while the working class struggled. He said publicly that he doesn't agree with $2,000 checks when more than 70% of Republicans in his own party, Democrats, and independents wanted it. He said it was because he needed shoulder surgery, one of those 4 days, an outpatient surgery, so he couldn't bother to make a phone call to vote for it. How many times have you had to go to work, any of you, regardless of what pain you had, because it could mean that you would lose your job if you wouldn't show up? Democrats, your representatives like Rudy Salas and Melissa Hurtado and Eric Arias and Andre Gonzalez will not speak out against this ordinance.
These people do not care about us, and I think that if there's going to be class warfare in this country, it's time that the working class won that war. I oppose this ordinance, and you should too. I call on the Planning Commission to stop the passing of revisions to Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020-A focused on oil and gas local permitting. Thank you. Have a good day.
This is Jim Lee in Lake Isabella, calling reference to the Commission's Agenda Item 1 on the oil permits for oil wells and all that sort of thing, just to let my wife's feelings be known. We like our cars, we like our air conditioning, and we know that without the oil, that plus many other things are impossible for them. There is no way that alternative energies can fill all the needs. So yes, we are in favor of careful moving ahead with the oil proposition. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jessie Gaskell, last name Gaskell, and I live in Los Angeles County, but my boyfriend's family lives in Kern County, and we visit them often. And already it's such a drastic, noticeable change in air quality when we descend into the Central Valley, and there's just this thick cloud of smoke. And recently, his grandfather was diagnosed with lung cancer, very aggressive. So we're really worried about him, and I'm extremely concerned about the new oil and gas wells that are being pushed through, because so many studies have shown a direct link between oil and gas production and health impacts, especially in lower income communities and communities of color. And this is just, it's very scary to think that things will get even worse in the Central Valley. So please consider putting a stop to these 67,000 new oil and gas wells. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Jessica Craven. I'm a longtime resident of Los Angeles, California, and I am calling just to say that I really hope that you are going to not approve the more oil and gas drilling in Kern County. Kern County's approach to streamlining oil and gas drilling is really unacceptable. It's favoring petroleum industry and public health. We know from many, many studies that there is a direct link between oil and gas production and adverse health impacts. This is an environmental justice issue. The affected communities living around these oil and gas drills are already harmed daily by fossil fuel pollution. And if passed, this ordinance would increase air and water pollution experienced by these communities. I am also really, really worried about climate change. We just heard in the news yesterday that we are losing ice on our planet at a alarming, unprecedented rate. We really are looking at total catastrophe if we don't change our ways. And oil and gas production is exactly the opposite of what we need to be doing going forward. Thank you very much. We do not need 67,000 new oil and gas wells. No, please. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Bye.
Greetings. My name is Monty Myers, and I'm calling to urge the Planning Commission to recommend the Board of Supervisors certify the supplemental recirculated environmental impact report. I'd like to highlight the economic impact energy production has on local small businesses. The steady demand for these services from this sector allowed the creation of our woman minority-owned small business. Starting out as an owner-operated business in 2010, we have grown to employ 14 full-time, college-educated professional service personnel, all living within Kern County. These jobs are often performed by firms located out of San Francisco, Fresno, or Los Angeles. But with a local company, the revenue generated stays in the community, funding schools, fire and police departments, and local infrastructure. We have expanded our clientele to include firms in the construction, public roads, and utilities industries where the work is far from steady. Servicing these other industries would not be possible without the steady demand for services from oil and gas operations in Kern County. When making your decision, please consider the economic impact the energy production sector has upon the upward economic mobility of the citizens of Kern County. Thank you very much. My name again is Monty Myers, spelled M-O-N-T-E M-Y-E-R-S. Thank you.
Karina Mayer, Karina, Mayer, M-A-H-E-R, in Los Angeles, California. My statement is this. As a pediatrician in California, I'm very concerned about the zoning ordinance revision 2020A being proposed. The evidence shows that extracting and burning oil and gas is not safe. The health harms are severe and long-lasting. We know that the closer we live to fossil fuel extraction sites, the higher the risk of heart attacks, stroke, cancer, asthma, and birth defects. Kern County already produces the majority of California's fossil fuels and is not a healthy place to live. Almost doubling the number of oil wells will make us all sicker. We have solutions for a safer, cleaner, healthier future. Now all we need is the political will to do the right thing. Please oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen, K-A-R-E-N, Jack, J-A-C-Q-U-E-S. I live in Sacramento, California, not in Kern County, but I'm calling you to speak out strongly against the proposal to put in 67,000 new oil and gas wells. We are in a climate crisis. We need to be phasing out of fossil fuels, not adding more fossil fuels. Your decision has a terrible impact on Kern County and the health of the people there, but it also has an impact on me and everybody else in the world because we have to stop drilling for more oil and gas and transition to a green economy, and what you're doing stands in the way of that. I'm also very alarmed by the use in Kern County of processed water for crops that get sold all over and impact the health of all of us. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Hello, my name is Nady Nova Seja. It's spelled out N-A-I-D-Y, last name Nova, N-O-V-A, space E-E-J-A. I am here wanting this message to go through because I do not want oil and gas extraction to be permitted in my area. I live in Merced, California, and this will affect my family's health. I am also concerned that this will help the others around me and near these harmful chemicals. Please hear us out. Thank you.
Sean Palmer from Los Angeles County. Low-income communities that are already harmed daily by fossil fuel pollution. It passed this ordinance to increase air and water pollution experienced by those communities. There's irrigation water, which is the greatest concern of you and everybody around who uses cow organic or other food that is grown in Kern County. That irrigation water does have a little bit of the trapped oil in it already. Numerous studies show the reckoning between oil and gas production over a wide range of years. Kern County's approach to streamlining oil and gas drilling is unacceptable. It favors petroleum industry profits at the expense of public health. The proposed ordinance will clear the way for the placement of 67,000 oil and gas wells on private agricultural land. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, this is Shauna Gunderson, S-H-A-U-N-A-G-U-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. I live in Santa Cruz, California, and I absolutely oppose the new gas and oil wells that are proposed here. It would be a total disaster for climate change, and I'm all for a Green New Deal and finding ways to create new jobs through positive things that don't hurt people's health or the land and increase all kinds of risks for people in California. It also has a
terrible precedent that this is something that can continue to go on, because if it happens in Kern County, it's going to spread for sure. Thanks for listening.
Hi, my name is Simone Braband, SIMONE BRABAND. I live in Los Angeles County, but I'm calling on behalf of the proposed oil expansion in Kern County. This issue affects all of us as a state and as a country, and I'm very concerned about the climate change that is caused when oil and gas are removed from the ground. They need to stay in the ground, and we need to focus on green energy. Thank you.
My name is Susan Harmon. I live in Oakland, not Kern County, but I am very concerned that we not increase any drilling in Kern County. It is discriminatory and racist and will harm my friends who live there. So keep it in the ground. No more oil permits in Kern. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sydney. I'm calling from San Diego. It's spelled Sydney. I'm calling because I am highly opposed to expanding the amount of oil wells in Kern County to up to tens of thousands of new oil wells. I am highly concerned about the climate crisis, and this is the last thing we should be doing. It is a reckless thing for us to do at a time where we have less than 10 years to act to avert the worst, irreversible, and most dangerous climate catastrophes. We should be investing in greener jobs and helping fossil fuel and petroleum workers transfer to jobs that are less harmful to the environment and less harmful to people's health. And we must consider that oftentimes Black and brown communities are affected by these oil wells and petroleum facilities. They are at higher risk of being exposed to very toxic and deadly pollutants, and it has been said that it makes them more likely, probably 60% more, I believe, to get sick and die from COVID-19. And it contributes to a lot of immune-compromised conditions. So for the sake of our planet, for our future generations, for our kids, for clean water, clean air, and so many more things we need to survive, we cannot allow this 67,000 some odd expansion of oil wells in Kern County. And another thing we must invest in is recycling water and rain.
Hi, my name is Stu Woodward, and I am extremely opposed to any new oil or gas leases. The devastation of the local environment and the toxic effects on the people who live there should be reason enough for you to deny any new leases. As a science teacher, I understand how important our decisions affecting climate change are at this moment in history. We need to build our economy with safe and sustainable energy, and we are already behind much of the world in doing so. Please consider what is just and recommend denial of any new leases. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zolbo Namhaidorj, spelled Z-O-L-B-O-O. My last name, Namhaidorj, N-A-M-K-H-A-I-D-O-R-J, and I live in Oakland, California. I do not want the expansion of these new oil and gas wells. I'm really concerned about the health impact of the people that live in Kern County. This area is already extremely polluted with other oil and gas wells and other industrial polluters, and the fossil fuel industry is a dying industry. We should be investing in renewable energy instead of fossil fuels that are killing communities of color and not working to
fix climate change? Hi, my name is Tara Strand, P-A-R-A-S-T-R-A-N-D. I'm from North Hollywood, California, and I hardly know where to begin when discussing what a bad idea it would be to greenlight these tens of thousands of new oil and gas wells. We're already on track for generations of deadlier and deadlier environmental catastrophes due to our stubbornness to move on from fossil fuels. And the more we lock ourselves into fossil fuels, the more deadly it is. Even aside from carbon and methane emissions, it's proven that oil and gas production has adverse health impacts, killing millions of people each year. And at a time when we need to preserve and protect our land, this is such a counterintuitive, destructive way to use them. To favor short-term profits for companies who should really be legally held accountable for the harm they've done to all of us over public health is truly insane. And I ask you to please reconsider. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tomas Castro, and I am speaking up against the proposed ordinance that would clear the way for the placement of 67,000 new oil and gas wells on prime agricultural land in Kern County. As California faces historic wildfires, this expansion of fossil fuel extraction would send exactly the wrong signal about how the state should approach climate policy and the effort to enact social and environmental justice. I call upon the Board of Supervisors to reject this ordinance. Instead of looking for ways to simply accelerate oil and gas development, they should take steps to better protect the health and safety of local communities and to diversify economic opportunities while transitioning the county to a clean energy economy. Please reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Adler, and I'm calling to ask you please to stop the approval of revisions to Title IX Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020-A. I'm so concerned about the toxic chemicals that will pollute the air we breathe and the water we drink. I'm opposed to this. Please cancel it. And thank you very much for taking my call.
Hello, Kelly. My name is Elsie Mattis, and I'm a resident of East Bakersfield. I am calling to ask the Planning Commission to stop the approval of the revisions to Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020-A, focusing on local oil and gas permits. Toxic chemicals from permitting oil and gas wells will harm my family and act as a catalyst for rapid environmental degradation and accelerate climate change. So many people in my family already have asthma and various other breathing problems, not to mention the way that people with valley fever are affected by the low air quality in this neighborhood. The kids in Bakersfield deserve clean air and clean water and don't deserve these toxic chemicals that will pollute the air we breathe in and the water we drink in. You should consider and invest in sustainable solutions such as green jobs as we move into the future. I am opposed to the pollution of our air and water that will lead to the passage of this ordinance. My family is opposed to the pollution of our air and water that will lead to the passage of this ordinance. I am opposed to the negative health effects that will be caused by the results of this action, and I oppose this ordinance. Please listen to your constituents and stop this ordinance. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Hello, I just wanted to let you know that I do not support the revision of Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance because we already have such a bad air and lots of people are suffering from that and a lot of other issues, so I do not support this ordinance. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, good evening. This is Mark Ruffalo, and I'm reaching out strongly to urge the Kern County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors to reject the ordinance to nearly double the amount of oil and gas wells in Kern community. I have a personal connection to the Kern River Valley. I've been camped there many, many times over the years and jumping into the Sierras from there. It is a treasure in California, and it should be treated as such. Should be avoided mass industrialization. As we have all been fighting through the global pandemic, more oil and gas wells in folks' backyards is the last thing they need, and the last thing our climate needs. The terrible public health impacts of asthma, high-risk
pregnancies, and cancer from the pollution caused by existing wells cannot be kicked under the rug. It's pretty simple. Adding more wells to the mix and further endangers Kern River communities, particularly marginalized communities of color and low-income households. So please listen to the science and listen to your community. I proudly stand with the Kern communities and the thousands of community members who have expressed this opposition. It's time to reject this ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Monica Embry, and I am calling to urge the Planning Commission to reject the outrageous proposal to double the number of oil and gas wells in Kern County. We know the health impacts from living near dangerous oil and gas extraction sites range from nosebleeds to asthma and other breathing issues to cancers and preterm births and low birth weight babies. Last year, I lost my cousin to cancer that her doctor said could have been caused by the pollution from her living too close to dangerous oil and gas infrastructure. The types of emittents that come from these are poisoning our communities and have disproportionate impact on Latinos, Asian Americans, Black, and Indigenous households. This is unacceptable. We need you, the Planning Commission, to do what's right for our communities and reject this outrageous proposal. To make things worse, the types of pollution that come from this extraction, of course, are also driving global climate change. And we know the fires that ravaged our communities across the state last year increased many different health issues, as well as keep driving issues across the entire world. Please do what's right and vote against this dangerous proposal. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Olivia Pinnell. I'm with Sunrise, and I'm calling to urge the Planning Commission to stop the approval of revisions to Title 19 Kern County Zoning Ordinance 2020A, focusing on local oil and gas permits. We should be investing in clean renewable energy and enacting climate justice. Instead, this ordinance will expand fossil fuels and work in the opposite direction we need to approach climate change in. It will rapidly degrade the environment at a time when worsened wildfires by climate change are already burning down Kern County. Permitting oil and gas wells will allow toxic chemicals to pollute our air and water and agriculture. These chemicals will harm us and our loved ones. I oppose this ordinance because of the harm it will do to our agriculture, economy, wildlife, and the health of my family.
Hi, my name is Joy Kennedy, and my number is strongly against any more drilling oil and gas wells in Kern County. I live outside of Arvin. Every time I have to drive to Bakersfield, I have to go through oil wells, and I can't stand it. It's horrible to look at. Nothing environmentally green about it. As far as I'm concerned, it stinks and to the air. I know this is going to cause more air pollution. I am a tree hugger. I'm a proud tree hugger. I'm a proud environmentalist. I'm not an activist, but except to make phone calls. And I'm 71 years old, and I do not want to see this happen. The environment has already been totally destroyed, totally damaged, totally just messed up by these horrible machines and leases and holes and everything like that. And it has taken a giant toll on the animal life in our county, which people don't seem to realize. So count me in. I don't want to see oil and gas leases okayed in Kern County. No more. Please, no more. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Aaron. I'm a concerned citizen calling all the way from Contra Costa County. I am calling to very clearly demand that we stop all oil and gas permits and drilling in Kern County. This is a direct threat to our future. Fossil fuels are well documented as climate crisis causing industries, and I would really beg for your support to halt these this is a irresponsible industry and moving forward on behalf of my family and our health and the future and health of our planet. Thank you. Hello from Cleaners for Kids. We strongly oppose this ordinance to protect the lives of children and families of Kern County. The extraction and burning of fossil fuels is a threat to human health. A recent study just published shows pollution from fossil fuels cause 1 out of every 5 premature deaths globally. Renewable energy can and will supply the power we need. Please do not continue to support a destructive industry that is hurting the health of Kern County children. A year ago, California courts ruled oil and gas permits by Kern County broke the state's environmental laws. You know the pollution released by drilling is not going to pass the review required by CEQA. Please take action to protect all our children from fossil fuel toxins and say no to this ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Hume, and I am the Educational Director and founder of CleanersForKids.org. We must all have clean air to breathe. Please protect children and families. Do not double the number of oil drilling sites here. It is not okay. We must protect our kids and their future. Not having clean air is traumatic. Asthma is the #1 reason that children miss school, and the 3rd leading reason why children under 15 are hospitalized. Please do the right thing. Do not allow this ordinance to go through. We know that we are going to build back better with renewable energy jobs and put people back to work. Millions of people with this new administration are going to be put back to work. We must stop the drilling and invest in infrastructure. Let's get the funds to make that happen and make this transition. Save the lives of kids and families and clear your conscience. This is very difficult. We know you're in a difficult situation. We're praying for you and we hope the best. Thank you so much from Cleaners for Kids. Hello, my name is Myra Rios, and I'm a resident of Bakersfield, California. I'm calling to ask the Planning Commission to stop the approval of the revision Title 19 Kern County zoning ordinance focusing on local oil and gas permits. This ordinance was struck down in court once before for not providing adequate environmental and public health protections to our community. To push forward with these permits at the expense of our community's health and sustainable economic future for decades to come would be reckless. Moving forward with this ordinance would only attempt to postpone the inevitable shift away from fossil fuels and towards clean energy, which we are being pushed towards by the climate catastrophe and the response in market shifts, including car manufacturing, in addition to the undeniability of oil as a finite resource that causes irreparable harm to our environment and to the health of our community. Clean energy is the future of economic growth. Sustainable jobs can be created for oil well cleanup as well as in renewable energy creation if we turn away from the declining industry of oil, which operates on cycles of layoffs for our workforce. Study after study have confirmed that poor communities and communities of color are the most adversely affected by environmental pollutants and poor air quality. Toxic chemicals from fermenting oil and gas wells will continue to pollute the air we breathe and the water we drink. I am asking for the Commission to prioritize the health and well-being of our county residents, including my family. The decision made tonight will leave our communities to suffer the repercussions to our environment and to our public health for decades. I oppose this ordinance.
Okay, we have reached the 10:45 p.m. mark, which was a mark for us to check in and see how many voice messages we had left, because we would like to conclude this evening by 11 p.m. Do we have an estimate of the time remaining on our voice messages?
Madam Chair, I believe we have approximately 40 messages left, but based on the time, if we continued, I believe that would go till 11:30, I believe is. I'm sorry? 47 minutes, additional minutes of comments.
Okay, so I will turn to my fellow commissioners to decide if we'd like to continue or move on to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I move to go to 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, we have a motion to continue until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Do we need a second and a vote on that, Mr. Murphy?
Madam Chair, what I would do is, I believe that Phil Hall, our county counsel, is still on the phone. I do believe you actually technically adjourn the meeting like you would any other meeting, and then you just indicate that you are going to reconvene at 9 a.m. to finish taking the voice messages that have come in, and then you would deliberate. But if Phil Hall could provide that feedback as to what the exact action the commission would be doing.
Hi, Commissioner. If you can hear me, this is Phil Hall. Yes, Craig is absolutely right. All you need to do is adjourn for the night, reconvene at 9 a.m., announce that that's what you're going to do with your motion, and that is all you have to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Is there any commissioners that have opposition to ending this evening and continuing? Commissioner Sprague?
Motion on the floor
Yes.
to adjourn and reconvene at 9?
Correct.
I would second that.
Great.
Sorry, Madam Chair, before you take that final action, I would just note that the agenda that we published had the call-in number for the Spanish translation. That will still be the same. So if somebody wants to listen to the remainder of the meeting tomorrow in Spanish, the contact information and the phone number that was provided on our agenda will still be applicable for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Madam Chair, can I ask for a comment of clarification?
Yes.
If Mr. Hall could clarify, you have already taken live call-ins. This is a continuation of voicemails, and you would not be soliciting more call-ins tomorrow. If Mr. Hall could just clarify that for the commission?
I guess let me put it this way. The way to think of this is it's like you're taking a 5-minute break, except your break is a few hours. So there would be no reopening up of public call-in if the board so choose. And you move forward just like you're taking a 5-minute break right now.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to adjourn this evening and reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, based off of the comments, we will not be opening up the telephone line in the morning. We will be continuing with the voicemails in the exact order that we were just received in. So with that, we'll adjourn this meeting and see. All ayes? Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Great. No opposition. I will see you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
natural other than the way that nature would do it.